Hello everyone, we are live at the ENDietS Students Day 2020, the virtual version. We're really glad you're here with us today. Good morning to every one of you who is watching us. I am Marianna Kalliosta, and with Stella Mirić, we will be your hosts for today. Before we start, we would like to introduce ourselves just briefly. I am, as I said, I am Marianna. I am ENDietS president for the past 2 years. I am a dietitian nutritionist from Greece, and hopefully next year I will enroll into my Masters of Public Health. I have worked as a journalist for 1.5 years. I'm really into communications. That's why I hold this position in ENDietS. I am also volunteering at INIFAD as a social media manager and as a communications officer at the ESDN Obesity. And I think you've learned enough for me, and I think it's Stella Mirić.
Yeah, thank you, Marianna. I would like to thank everyone who is here now, and thank you for your time and effort. We really appreciate your presence here. So my name is Stella Mirić, and I'm with Marianna for the last 2 years. We are presidents of ENDietS. I recently finished my master's in UK. I finished about sport nutrition, so this is my area of interest. And I will tell you a little bit more about ENDietS. So for the last 2 years, Marianna and I are really proud and honored to represent and lead ENDietS as the main platform that gathers all dietitian and nutrition students. So the European Network of Dietetic Students was established in Athens in 2014. So we exist for 6 years already. Our student network is internationally focused and clearly embedded with EFAD, which represents the interests of all European dietitians and promotes the development of dietetic profession. It's really important to say that ENDietS addresses every student dietitian in the world, so it's not only based in Europe, and there is no membership fee, so everyone can be part of it. Altogether, I think Marianna and I can say that before we became presidents of ENDietS, success was all about growing and improving ourselves, right? But now, as leaders of such a powerful, inspiring platform, success became about growing, inspiring, and motivating others.
Exactly.
So, yeah. So let me tell you why we are doing, what's our why? Why we do what we do, actually. So I can honestly say you, it's not about making any money or becoming popular. Our why is actually a purpose and belief, the very existence why this platform exists. So we have our 3 C's. It's connection, collaboration, and creation. Our mission is to connect all the students in the field of nutrition and dietetics, because we believe that working all together and collaborating will help us creating a unique platform where all the students, young professionals, and researchers can learn, exchange knowledge and experience, as well as empower and support each other. So how we are doing this, actually? We are connecting all the students all over the globe over our social media platforms, monthly newsletters, and organizing students' conferences like this one. Also, we are collaborating with other national student association and higher educational institution. So in order to create wider and stronger platform that can support and empower students, you guys, in order to have better support in education and careers. And finally, let me tell you, what are we doing actually? So as I said before, we are offering support for all dietetic students and nutrition students and young professionals as well. So ENDietS actually present a connection point for exchange and knowledge of experience. And we are doing that by organizing webinars. I believe many of you visited our webinars, and you could see there students can learn from professionals and scientists. And what's really important, that students can also share their projects, ideas, and experiences, right? Also on our social media and monthly newsletters, we are keeping all the members updated on ongoing conferences like this one, webinars created by us or other student associations, competitions like our food competition, or even internship opportunities. Also, each year we are organizing Students' Day, where we have opportunity to meet you and students from all over the Europe, and we can share the experience regarding Erasmus project, placement, or research work. And this year, ENDietS' mission is to empower students and guide you guys to become a better students, better dietitians, and the most importantly, a better versions of yourself. So I will let Marianna to briefly present you the program and what you're going to learn and hear today.
Well said, Stella. I couldn't agree more. And as you said, it has nothing to do with money because we are volunteers. And it's really important to mention that it's a great coincidence that today is the International Day for Volunteers. So happy birthday to all people that are volunteering in any kind of experience. So let's go briefly into the program of today. You will have an amazing opportunity to learn more about leadership with our first speaker, a skill that we are often asked to improve, but nobody taught us how. For dietitians, leadership could be the role that gets our patients one step closer to achieving their goals. Today, with Antonis Vlassopoulos, our first speaker, we will explore all the principles, the key characteristics, and share some tricks on how to act as a leader in any situations, with really interesting and interactive presentations in which your contribution will be needed. Then we're having a really short break of 15 minutes break. So we can hydrate a bit and come back. During these 15 minutes, though, we will have the opportunity to watch three great personalities in the field of health in Europe. These people created presentations for IFAD's general meeting, and we are very pleased that we can host their videos in our Students' Day. Firstly, we will hear Stella, a European Commissioner for Health and Food Safety, talking about a farm-to-fork strategy for sustainable and healthy diets. Then it will be Rocco Barazzoni, Chairman of the European Society for Clinical Nutrition and Metabolism, also known as ESPEN, who will show us why networking in nutrition is now more important than ever. And finally, Hans Kloos, the WHO Regional Director for Europe, will underline the important role of dietitians in promoting health and well-being. After the break, we will have the chance to hear about the topic that is a common problem for all of us, the things that we wished we knew before we graduated. Ante Mihaljević will give us a great insight of the challenges and struggles that he found on his way to success and solutions on how to avoid them. You will find out with him, again with a really interactive presentation, how to network properly, how to approach the job searching process, and how to communicate effectively. Ante will also help us to understand how to carefully and constructively transform our communication potential into reality. And after we learn how to communicate properly and effectively, we will have a deeper dive into nutritional coaching with Jaume from Spain. The success of the most treatments that involve modifying eating behavior depends mostly on the ability of the person to carry out and maintain the changes in lifestyle that are recommended by the expert, by the dietitian and nutritionist. In this session, we will learn more about effective and efficient nutritional coaching, where Jaume will guide us through the new skills or interventional approaches and tools that we can improve communication with our patients. Next, we're having a break, but we say that it's not really a break, it's a yoga session with our wonderful ENDietS anchor Dorotea. Total body yoga class will be beginner friendly for those who have never experienced yoga before, but also Dorotea will show us different variations of exercises, so it will be approachable for everyone. If you have any doubt and fears that this yoga class won't fulfill your expectations, we can reassure you that you will achieve anything you need in this 30 minutes yoga class. At the end of the Students' Day, we will meet all of our anchors, our executive committee of ENDietS, and hear their stories. It is really important that you will have a great opportunity to find out what they have learned, what skills they improved, and what problems they faced during their procedure of ENDietS. We believe that their stories will encourage you to become part of ENDietS and join our network that we're so proud of. Probably you can become a future member of ENDietS crew, or you can continue following our ENDietS activities. Last but not least, at the very end of the Students' Day, we will announce our cooking competition winner, a cooking competition that we ran for the past 3 weeks. And for the top 5 finalists, we ran a social media strategy, and you go to vote your favorite recipe. So today, we will all learn who won the €50 Amazon voucher. Before we start with our first speaker, we would like to
encourage you a little bit more. Yeah.
Yes.
So thank you, Marianna. It was really, really nice to hear what we're gonna learn today, and guys, what you're gonna listen and which knowledge you will gather. So before we start, we can all agree that our lives in this situation with COVID have been turned upside down, right? And it's really normal for all this change to lead to distraction and demotivation. But even when things feel out of control, trust me, there are things you can control to make it better. And even most importantly, even if you're struggling to find motivation, desire to keep going, remember that you're never alone. And that's why we gave our best to prepare this empowering program and gather you all today on our first virtual Students' Day.
We would like to remind you that studying, we have been there, we have all been there. We are students, bachelor, master's, PhD. Studying always comes with challenges, and an important part of the learning experience that is how we deal with these problems. We really hope that today and our program, after today, you will learn something new about yourself, find your motivation, even in this current situation with the pandemic, and keep working on yourself as a student, as a practitioner, as an internship, as a young professional, and most importantly, as a person that will inspire others to do the same. What else to say then? Grab your drink, coffee, tea, whatever you want, and some healthy snacks, and enjoy the ride in the next few hours. Our first speaker is Antonis Vlassopoulos, and today with him we will learn that we are never too young to lead. Good morning, Antonis.
Good morning.
Good morning to all. Thank you for the invitation. So I'm very excited to be part of this and also to be opening this session. So I'm hoping that I will focus today on soft skills, and soft skills are something that we're not really taught in university. But if you look in the World Economic Forum latest report, it says that out of the 15 skills that are succeeding in finding a job, you will find only 2 of them which are technical. And unfortunately, those are not 2 skills that we get as health professionals. So the 2 skills, the 2 technical skills, is being highly computer literate and being able to act as a computer engineer. So those are not the 2 skills that we have. But thank God there are many, many, many more skills that are more interpersonal and that are many more on the side of soft skills. And those are the skills that succeed and make people succeed in finding a job. I'm going to talk to you as a dietitian, and I'm going to talk to you based on my background. So I'll start sharing my presentation, and
Okay.
I will start with presenting myself so people know who I am and what I'm talking about.
Okay, great.
So,
have a nice presentation.
Yes, so I will start by saying that this is a presentation that I'm giving, but I'm also giving it on behalf and in collaboration with the European Nutrition platform, the ENLP. So I'm Greek, so I studied nutrition and dietetics in Athens, Greece, and I focused on clinical nutrition. There I did my BSc thesis on human interventions and RCTs, focusing on the effects of omega-3 versus olive oil on inflammation. From there, I moved to the University of Glasgow, where I stayed for 5 years. So I did my MSc in obesity and weight management, and then I stayed and completed a PhD that was a bit of a mix between nutrition, obesity, and biochemistry. So I spent a lot of time working on things that I wouldn't expect myself to be working on. I did a lot of lab work. I did a lot of in vitro trials, but I also learned how to perform epidemiology. Finishing that, I felt a bit lost, in the sense that I felt that I have dived way too much into the mechanisms of action, and I felt this urge and this need to go back and have a real impact on people. I didn't want to practice as a dietitian. It was never something that was really my major drive. I like acting as a dietitian. I like having patients. I like seeing patients. But since very early on in my student years, I knew that this is not a full-time job for me. This is not something that fulfills me, and I would like to have something that has a larger impact. So when I said that I want to leave academia and get in a position with impact, I went in a private research center. I went to the Nestle Research Center in Switzerland, where I stayed for 3 years and worked on public health and policy. And now I'm back in Greece since 2017, and I work full-time in the Agricultural University of Athens in the topic of food and nutrition policies, but I still teach in the University of Glasgow, and I still teach in the International Hellenic University, nutrition and dietetic students. So this personal journey is more as an intro for you to understand that leadership for me is not something that I've been taught. It's not something that I have studied. It's not something that I'm an expert on, but it's something that has been asked from me for many very different positions. I think the first time I was exposed to the notion of leadership and what it takes to lead or to become a leader was when I entered Nestle. Over there, it was the first time that I was trained as a health professional, and I was asked to become a business person. I was asked to define what are the 5 W's of my business. Why would a company design a public health intervention? Who do we serve? What is the offering we have? When we will launch this campaign? Where will we sell, or where will we launch this campaign? And why do we want to do this? And all those things were not just for the greater good. They had to be a win-win between what the public wants and what the company needs to get out of this. In this scenario, I was highly trained as a dietitian, but I had no knowledge of how this world works. So I entered in very passionate about making a change, but then at the end of the day, I was in no position to lead. But then it got me thinking to say that, there must be something that I can do to address these needs. And then I remembered another set of 5 W's that I was taught as a dietitian, the 5 W's of public health. And I was taught in university that in public health, when we design a public health intervention, we still ask who has the risk, what is the condition we're trying to solve, where does the problem occur, when does it occur, and why does it occur. So it was a personal challenge to find ways to translate my practical knowledge, my dietetic knowledge, to something that was meaningful in a business world, and show others that I'm a person who can work with them and can be trusted and can translate an opportunity to intervene in public health to a business opportunity. So I will start by what is leadership, since we're going to be talking about leadership today. And there are millions of definitions of what a leader is and what is leadership, but I'm going to give you this one that I personally like, and I think it gives a lot of room for discussion. So leadership is defined as one's ability to motivate others to follow and to act willingly according to his or her intentions. It's a very dense definition, and I would like to focus on a few things. First is motivate. So by definition, a leader is not necessarily someone who has the power over someone. It's not a position where I am a manager. I'm not your line manager. I'm trying to work as a motivation. That means it can happen from any place. And the motivation is this part where you see further down to say, the motivation is, it's not that I convince you. It's not that I have the right arguments so that you are convinced to do it. You actually want to do it. I have made you reach a condition where both emotionally and intellectually you want and you are ready to act on the things I would like you to do. You don't do them because you have to. You actually want to. And you want to that extent that even if I leave you alone, I know you will act on it. For me, this is a definition that creates always, it's been 5 years now that I'm looking into this definition, and every time I see it, it creates mixed emotions to me. I feel that, it's amazing if someone can do this, and at the same time, it scares me. It scares me, and I find it a bit manipulative, the fact that, I want to do something, but it's actually someone else who made me want to do this. It's not 100%, let's say, my personal choice. So for a leader to not create this environment and for a leader to actually be there to help me achieve my personal goals, and for leadership to be good and positive and not to be manipulation, the literature says that there are 6 things that we have to have as leaders. So a leader needs to be simple. He or she needs to be reliable. They need to have self-respect. They need to have integrity. They need to be authentic, and they need to have dignity. So those are things that effectively help us go from I'm feeling afraid and I feel that I cannot trust you to feeling that I can actually follow you, that I can actually feel that you are the person who will help me achieve what I want to achieve. So you all potentially have your own thoughts of what a leader is, but according to literature, a leader is a person who stands out. So you can spot a leader in a group. It's a person who gives opportunities and acts as a point of communication and collaboration. And I want you to remember this final one. I mean, the stands out is something that comes a bit natural. And we think that any leader needs to stand out. But the most important thing is that a leader acts as a point of communication and collaboration. So I want to take a bit of time now, and I want to have a small Menti. So I will pull out my slides, if you just give me 1 second. If you all can go to www.menti.com, and I will share with you. So if you go to menti.com and you click and you put the password 614612, it's at the top of the screen, then you will have the right to name a leader you know. And I would like to hear from anyone thoughts on what are the names of people that you have identified as leaders. I don't know if it's working for everyone or not. I don't see anyone connected. Okay. my sister, Obama, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, Lionel Messi, Merkel, Dalai Lama, Malcolm X, Gandhi, Jeff Bezos. It's getting a bit more interesting slowly. Simone Frey. Okay, I actually know that one. I know Simone. Simone. Elon Musk. Fidel Castro. Jesus. Mother's sisters. My parents. Martin Luther King. Biden. Internship Mesopericles. That's very, very interesting. So normally what happens is that we see, like we do here, so we see a bit more pronouncedly to find people that have actual power or raised to power. So we have a lot of politicians, we have a lot of religious figures, we have people that we think are actually leading because they actually also have the power to lead. And we also much more rarely have people next door, our parents, our sisters, people that are actually impacting our life daily. I see here, for example, you have also artists and you have people that are just plainly in your life. I think you are, hence you are quite an advanced audience in the sense that leadership is not something that it's linked necessarily to power. It's not something that you have to have the power to impact change on other. And especially the example of parents, I think, is the best example I can have of someone who all of us made us willingly act upon their beliefs and what they actually would like us to do and what they would actually like us to become. They didn't necessarily force us to do those things, but even when they did force us, you reach the point that you say, I want to do this, although I don't like it, because I know they are my parents. So I'm actively there, I'm ready to act without necessarily that meaning that I want to do this. I'll stay in these presentations and I would like you to share what are the characteristics of a leader. What characteristics are those that make those people a leader for you?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna wait a bit more. I know that it might take a bit of time for people to think.
I'm a mute.
I see that in the chat you have some things, but try to type them in Menti. So in the chat, I think platform to speak, knowledge, influence, collaboration, being smart, being organized, being persuasive, being decisive. So I have a lot of answers in the chat. So I'm going to go with those. The fact that they have a vision, that they solve problems, that they are patient, that they are spontaneous. They have to self-discipline, and they also have to teach others how to discipline. You told me that the Mentimeter doesn't refresh. Okay, so I'll stop the presentation from Menti and I'll read them out through your chat. That they are visionaries and that they are responsible. So I think those are all characteristics, and there's a lot of research out there that shows us that being a leader means many different things to many different people. But at the end of the day, a leader needs to have as many characteristics as we would need for them to inspire us and to make us feel that we can really trust them. So what you say, that they show self-respect, that they can actually set goals for themselves, that they can actually achieve the goals they're setting to themselves, are very important. But what I'm not necessarily listening, and it's something that we definitely forget, and I think it's very important for you when in an early stage to remember, especially if you're afraid to act as a leader, is the integrity and the dignity. In fact, what we've seen is that very often we ask for leaders to be perfect, and that is not possible. A leader is not a superhuman. A leader is not someone that achieves everything. Because if we define leader like this, then we can never be leaders. We are way too young to achieve anything. We do not have enough experience. But if we are honest and authentic, and we tell people that I cannot do this, or I don't know how to do this, but I would like to do this. Would you like to help me? And you share your vision with them, and you are there to accept that you may fail, that you may do things wrong, then you can actually act as a leader and as a beacon of change. Because we are all not perfect, and we all make mistakes. Politicians make mistakes. Older people make mistakes. CEOs make mistakes. Managers make mistakes. They're just there, and they're honest from the beginning what they know they can achieve, and what they're not 100% sure they will be able to achieve later on. So why am I talking about leadership in dietitians? So for dietitians, and if anyone is interested in the topic of leadership in dietetics, I think you should follow closer the Journal of the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. They have a great series of articles over the years on leadership in dietetics. So a topic there from 2014 says that for dietitians, leadership may not be obvious. So if we look at the definition of leadership in the business literature, we say that taking direct activities of a group to a shared goal, making people in the institution to mobilize, acting as someone who embodies the values of the environment, or acting someone who steps outside the culture and starts evolutionary change and are more adaptive. Those are things that are normally studied in the business environment. But at the same time, if we look closer on our job and what we're asked to do, we are asked to act on opportunity. So we don't always, people are not always ready to change their diet. People are not always ready to change their lifestyle. Something might happen, so they might have a bad blood pressure reading, or someone in their family might have a heart attack, and now they feel that now for a week or two, they might be thinking that now it's the time for me to make a change. And we are asked to act on this opportunity, identify it and act on it. We are asked to be supporting, and we are asked to foster change. We are asked to inspire and guide our patients. So we're not there, we don't have full control of what they eat. The only thing we can do is to guide them and help them reach the stage where they want to achieve those things. And we are also asked to support a journey of self-discovery. helping our patients identify what are the best solutions for them and how can they achieve them and how far they need to reach into this lifestyle change. So although leadership is not obvious for the dietitian, it looks like what we're asked to do on a day-to-day basis has a lot of the leadership characteristics. So in 2003, the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics were the first one to recognize the need of leadership training. And effectively, they said that dietitians are actually required to have skills on two types of leadership styles, the transformational leadership and the transactional leadership. So they split what we actually do on the two leadership styles. So they said the transactional leadership, which is a bit more passive in management, and actually they work on the fact of reward and enforcing people. So that is a type of leadership where I set a very specific goal and you get a specific reward out of this. In the dietetic world, will look like it will utilize a tool like diet prescription, weighing and setting goals. So we tell people what they need to achieve, and when they achieve it, they feel good. We tell them they're doing good. So that's transactional leadership. But there's also the side of the transformational leadership, where there we invest a little more on charisma, intellectual stimulation, and inspirational motivation. And over there is the change from going from prescribing diets and weighing, something that an application potentially can do, to actually becoming a coach, becoming a guide, and giving personalized advice, not telling just your patient what the goals should be and how they should achieve them, but actually reaching the stage where your patient can set their own goals and they can independently achieve those goals. Those things, and moving from I'm giving you a diet and you're coming here just to weigh you, to helping you change your life and keep this change throughout the rest of your life, require a lot of leadership training. Basically, in leadership taxonomy, clinical dietetics need to focus on skills that are linked to patient focus, how to initiate patient satisfaction efforts, how to develop plans to improve outcomes, how to help them deal with change. Most of the times, what we do is we ask people to move from today to a very different tomorrow. And we need to help them envision change and advocate change and improve their work methods and find ways that the change is not going to be scary for them. We are asked to build relationships with our patients, with doctors, with nurses, with other health professionals. We're asked to be highly technical, and we're also asked continuously to be self-direct. So we need to show also leadership on how do we actually assess our work and how do we prioritize and plan our work projects. What is more important to happen today? What can be left behind for next year or next month? And this is actually one of the things that requires a lot of leadership for us. So what I'm going to talk to you is a bit more on how leadership is categorized, so you can identify some forms of leadership, so you can see what type of leader you are or what type of leader you might have in front of you, identify the good and the bad in becoming each type of leader or being each type of leader, and then we can also discuss on how our personality and our personal traits can help us identify the best ways to act as a leader in any situation. So when we talk about leadership, as I said, we have a very specific characteristics in our mind, mainly based on social norms, historical events, the actions of the leaders, their age, their knowledge, their rank and seniority. And what you saw from the word cloud is that, yes, you already saw that the majority of you chose males, high in power, and people who are actively dead now. So you can actually go back and decide whether what they achieved was good or bad. So a very interesting topic of discussion and a very good example on leadership is the case of Hitler. So no one would actively tell you that Hitler is a leader. No one will tell you or would give you Hitler as an example of a good leader, because we assign Hitler based on his actions. We say that the actions were terrible, so we will never identify him as a leader. But if we see his political career and his political track before the World War II, he was one of the most powerful political leaders that Europe or the world even has ever seen. He was exactly this example of a person who was voted from the public. And there were people, at least in the beginning of his career, who would willingly feel that he is the solution to many, many different problems. So think again on what is a leader, and also think again on whether being a leader is necessarily de facto good or bad. I don't know how many of you know Star Wars, and I would like to see in the chat if anyone actually knows of Star Wars. I mean, I'm a bit older than you, so Star Wars is something I grew up with, but I don't know whether you are actually aware of Star Wars. To me, Star Wars is an example, is an extraordinary discussion, an extraordinary fairy tale on leadership, and has a lot to offer. Okay, Marianna knows Star Wars. Eva knows Star Wars. Of course. Okay. Good. Now, I'm going to talk to you about the leadership story behind Star Wars before we go voting. So Star Wars has a very nice leadership fairy tale. So for those of you who don't know, Star Wars, the power is split between two people, the Sith and the Jedi. The Jedi are people that are strong in the Force, so they can use this magical power. And the Jedi are ruled by a council of Jedi. So it's a very democratic process where people are actually the elders, and the most powerful and wise people are sat there and they decide among themselves how fast can someone's training be, who can become a Jedi, and when can they actually become an apprentice, on when they can become a master. So for those of you who have seen the original Jedi stories, you would know that Anakin Skywalker hated the council because they actually felt that he wasn't ready to become a Jedi, and they were actually trying to stop him. They did it from his own good because they felt that he wasn't ready yet. But at the same time, the Sith Lords were there and told him that in our case, it works very differently. We also seek people that are very powerful and they have high, strong use of the Force. But we don't stop you. We don't stop anyone from achieving. We will actually push you, and we will push you harder, and we will make you effectively become the strongest you have by giving you all the opportunities out there. Now, backstory that a few people know is that although we know very well on how a Jedi becomes a Jedi and how you become a master, it's a democratic process. I would like to ask you now, who knows how you become a Sith Lord? How an apprentice becomes a master when the Sith are considered? You can write in the chat if anyone knows. And I would be very happy to find out that you guys know. So I have practice. They say no idea. So if you read the backstory, the rich backstory of the Star Wars, there's actually a very specific way to become a Sith Lord, and you saw it in the last Star Wars movie. So on the side of the Sith, the apprentice becomes a master only when he's skillful enough to kill his own master. So there is no democratic way. There is not some point where someone tells you, you can now lead. You need to grab the opportunity and kill your leader in order to become a leader. So those are two very different leadership stories. Those are two very different ways of seeing leadership. They both are trying to help people achieve the best they become, but they have very, very different ways of getting those things right. Now, this story tells us that there is not one way to lead, and you can achieve your greatest potential if we say that the leader is there to help people achieve their greatest potential in many different ways. And if we move further away from Star Wars and we go back to a bit a more academic way of seeing leadership, we will see that we can categorize leaders in many, many different ways. I had a Menti prepared, but you are right, the Menti website for some reason is down, so I will not be able to ask you to vote, but I will share 4 pictures and I'll give you 2 minutes for you to write in the chat who of those 4 people you think are leaders. So we have Nelson Mandela, we have Yoda, we have whoever you choose from the Sith Lords, Darth Vader or whoever you think, and we have Dr. House. Who do you think is a leader? Yes, I see a comment on Geek Dietitians Day, but yeah, I am. I am a geek dietitian. So Mandela, Yoda is winning. All 4. All 4 but House. So I only have one person who actively says House is not a leader. And I can see that most of you have equally chosen one of the 4. What I'm here to tell you is that all 4 of them are leaders, and there are different types of leaders. So let's start by Nelson Mandela, who is the depiction of a charismatic leader. A charismatic leader or a reformer, there are 2 sides of this kind of leadership, is someone like the picture you have of Nelson Mandela. He works on team empowerment, he wants to instigate change, he's innovative, he's creative, and he preserves a high focus on morals and values. So the messages this leader is trying to say out is, well, let's change the world, let's make the world better, and let's find new ways to achieve those things. Those are leaders that are more close to our traditional idea of what a leader is, but at the same time, it's a leader that requires time. There is a lack of a clear plan in most of those leaders, because they try to make something so far away from what we have today that it's very difficult for them to predict. And they also promote a lot of dependence. Going back to Stalin and Hitler, they were charismatic leaders, but they weren't reformers. And the problem with a charismatic leader is that there's a high likelihood of being scammed by these leaders. Teams of charismatic leaders most often cannot recognize the leader's error. And the biggest problem of those leaders is that you have followers that follow you blindly, because they talk about morals, they talk about values, and you have to wait until the end of the actions to judge whether those morals and values were there. So for those type of leaders, and if you choose to be this type of leader, then you have to have a very, very high level of dignity and being honest and authentic. So you need from very early on to say what you can and what you cannot achieve, and you need to be open to feedback. Those are leaders that are suitable for recoveries after crisis, the restart of teams and places where you need to find a common shared goal and to feel that you can make a change. If we go in the case of Yoda, we will see the democratic leader. This leader trusts in team. They set common goals, they promote teamwork, and they share the decision-making process. Exactly the example we said for the Jedi Council. It's not a decision of one, it's a decision of many people, it's a decision of the team. So in order to reach a decision of the team, you need to listen and you need to promote self-expression from all members. And of course, you need to reduce competition. If you are a competitive person, then you're most likely not going to become a democratic leader because you thrive on competition. And a democratic leader actively tries to stop competitive behaviors. They're very good, they're very supportive, but they're very slow in decision making. They are very dysfunctional under pressure. And if you consider that under pressure you need to take fast decisions, this is not the type of structure that can give you fast decisions. They're very difficult in keeping control, because if you want to keep control, then a council of 10 or 15, you might end up being the only person trying to keep control. You can be rooted out, and they're very difficult in addressing change. If we go now on the Sith Lord side, is the type of leader that most of you would have seen, and a lot of you that are competitive, you would be able to find a leader that has addressed you like this. They're called autocratic leaders. They are there to tell you that the speed of decision making is what I want. They have very clear laws. You know exactly what you do. You have very clear responsibilities. And if you fail in this responsibility, it's only your fault. It's not a shared fault. It's not something that we all did wrong. You did it wrong. But at the same time, you achieved this. So they promote a lot of competition. They focus on results, and they want the team to be focused. So it's not do whatever you want. They're very good in motivating team members with little initiative. They, though, express a lot of pressure, and that promotes conflict and competition. And of course, that can be very dysfunctional in the long term. There is little room for improvement and career changes, because the minute you want to change your career, then you're not result focused, then you're not working at your best. So they want you to focus on working at your best. They are very good in short projects. They're very good when we are preparing for competitions. They're very good in high demanding and standardized tasks. So imagine that you work in a COVID clinic, places where you need to make very fast decisions now, and the pressure doesn't stop. A democratic leader is very likely to be very dysfunctional in this case. An autocratic leader might actually be much better. You know what you want to do, and I want the results, and I want them now. I don't want to discuss. I don't want to have to spend a lot of time to decide what is the best way to do. I'm solving a crisis. So in order to solve a crisis, I want you to do things now. But they're very bad for teams with very little initiative. So if you don't want to take initiative, this leader will only impact you negatively. We have the bureaucratic leader. Those are the leaders you will find in research teams and high-end laboratories. They're very consistent. They're very high quality. They focus on reducing the cost and increasing productivity. They're very monotonous and very tedious, though. They have also very little room for personal development. Before I move on to the last type of leadership, I will go to what a comment I've seen, that Stalin and Hitler were manipulators. And I will go back to say that making you a manipulator to a leader is only a matter of dignity and integrity. When you lead, you take people, and I will take you back to this exact definition. This definition of leadership, and every definition of leadership we have, doesn't tell you what a leader will achieve. A leader is someone that motivates you to follow and to act willingly to their intentions. And that is the reason we keep telling that it's not a matter of trying to be a leader. It's more a matter of trying to be a good leader. And an autocratic leader can be a good leader. A bureaucratic leader can be a good leader for the right person. You just need to know why you're there doing that. I'm going to go to the last type of leadership before I move on to the disc. And many of you said that Dr. House is not a leader, but there is also a fifth type of leadership, and that's called the laissez-faire or hands-off leader. Those are leaders that promote autonomy and freedom of decision making. They are there to teach teams that you have to be responsible for your actions, that innovation comes with errors, but they're also there at the end to act as a leader and solve the problems. They are there to support the team. and they support them in a very different journey, in a journey where the team doesn't need the leader to act. So a journey where the team becomes a series of mini leaders. And being a leader and growing to become a leader means that you are ready to be responsible for your actions, means that you are ready to have integrity. So those leaders are very difficult on motivating people. You have to be motivated to work with someone. They're also very prone to mistakes because they let the teams do whatever they want and experiment. They have a very limited results in newly formed teams, but they are definitely a type of leader. So you need to decide whether you need to be the leader you would like to have or the leader someone else needs you to become when you decide to become a leader. And there's the disc, and I will close with this. There's the disc profile that tells you that, okay, so depending on my personality, whether I have a dominant personality or an influential personality or a steady personality, I will be seeking the same type of leader. The DISC model is something that you can very easily check for yourself. So if you check online for free DISC model questionnaires, you will find that the DISC splits people in 4 big personality groups. There are the dominant types that are direct, decisive, and doers. The influential that are inspirational, interactive, and interesting. The steady people that are stable, supportive, and sincere. And the compliant that are cautious, careful, conscientious. So you can imagine that the dominant type people that are like to be competitive and their focus on actions and tasks and not as much in people will be more likely to be autocratic leaders, and the people who have also a focus on action but they like people to be happy will be more influential leaders. People like our parents will be there to be the steady type of leaders. So they're stable, supportive, sincere, and they want everyone to feel protected and at home. Scientists are most of the time compliant leaders. So they want decisions to be made accurate. And if we describe those type of people by images, you will see that the dominant focus on results, they focus on actions, and they like a good challenge. The influencers focus on enthusiasm and a lot of emotion, collaboration and action. The steady people focus on support, stability, and collaboration. And the compliant leaders focus on accuracy, stability, and challenge as well. So you would identify them as people based on the fact that dominant people have a powerful personality, influential people are popular, people who have high steadiness levels are peaceful, and the ones that are compliant always talk about perfection and need things to be perfect. If we depict them as animals, the dominant characteristics are described by the eagle, the interactive and the popular, the influential are a parrot, a pigeon, and an owl. They're not all good and bad, and as leaders have positives and negatives, so have the DISC profiles, and we saw that dominant people don't like emotions, they're feeling inferior, they lack personal recognition, they hate when there is no personal recognition, when the influential people do not meet deadlines, and they don't like their routine. So for you as a dietitian, you are asked to effectively find your leadership style, identify what is your personality, and how do you want to act as a leader, and think what would be the good and the bad things that you will impact on your career and your patients. Especially for dietitians and for healthcare professionals, the last year there is a lot of focus on a third type of leadership. Those are called servant leaders, and those are people who have a desire to serve, a desire and an interest to grow and the needs of their team. They build trust and they are empathic, are concerned with team members' development. And the differences of a servant leader to a traditional leader is that although a traditional leader will seek leadership as a rank to obtain, so you want to be leader, to become manager, to be there, to be in front, the servant leader sees leadership as an opportunity to serve others. They want to share power and control. They measure success to growth and development. They listen and they understand that it's not about them, that leadership is not something they will personally achieve. It's a position they take for others. Of course, they have a lot of the characteristics that we are learned, that we are taught to get: empathy, healing, foresight, stewardship. And of course, I will close with the best example of a servant leader we have out there, and that is Mother Teresa. I will close this, my time is up anyway, and I would like to thank you all for the time you gave me. And I would like to tell you that if you want to focus a bit more on leadership, look outside for the European Nutrition Leadership Platform. It's a platform that provides training to young nutritionists and dietitians on leadership, and those would be the best places for you to meet other leaders and to grow as a leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonis. That was really, really amazing lecture. I think we learned a lot from it, and as leaders, it was really impactful for us as well. What do you think, Marianna?
Yeah, really detailed presentation, things we didn't even know. I didn't know that as leaders we can have like a personality. I would like to ask Antonis, do you consider yourself a leader?
Okay, I think I'm too young to be traditional leader. I try to be a leader, but what I try more and what I think leadership training gets me is that even if I'm not a leader, I have leadership skills. So I can choose to be empathic. I can choose to take different roles. I know, for example, for myself, that sometimes even when my patients or my colleagues are feeling pressured by me, I can go back to my DISC profile and say, okay, you're a dominant person. So obviously, when someone tells you you're pressuring me now, is my focus on the task when the person actually wants to discuss about emotions? And I think that the best thing that I can do to grow as a leader, and that is what I like about the servant leader profile, is to remind me of why do I want to lead. If I want to lead to advance my career, then maybe I need to keep pushing. But if I'm talking about the patient, I'm leading for the other person. And I need to take a step back and understand that now I'm not being the correct leader. Or maybe even in a team, step down and say, people, I cannot lead you right now. There's a discussion you want, and there's a lot of emotions to be expressed, and that's what you want to discuss. And I know, for example, let's say in the team that Marianna is very good in opening big discussions, and I will propose the leadership to pass to someone else and say, can you now lead us on to solving this problem? In that aspect, I think I'm trying to be a leader, and I have seen very positive feedback from people in position of power, actually letting me lead things, in the sense that letting me lead tasks, to say you are capable of doing this now. And to me, I'm very happy to have this opportunity. To be honest, I'm not the kind of person who would like to lead everything, because I like to be wrong and I like to try out things. I don't like the pressure of someone telling me you have to be perfect. I'm not.
Yeah, in some situations, probably it's better to have two leaders, like in ENDietS. We share the presidency, so we complement each other. And yeah,
4 or 5. The reason I showed you the leadership profiles is, especially in a team, you need to understand that I think teams in different situations need different leaders, and you shouldn't be hung up on I am the leader. The best thing that a leader can do is pass on the baton to the right person to lead. And I think effectively, if you do it enough and it works, the company will still recognize you as the leader, because you are the person who helped them solve the problem by removing yourself from the situation, because potentially you were the problem.
True.
Yeah, thank you so much, Antonis. As I can see from the comments, we don't have questions. And thank you for your great presentation, and they really appreciate the geek side of your presentation. Yeah, so thank you, Antonis. Hope you're staying safe and staying positive and testing negative.
Exactly.
Okay, enjoy the
Thank
rest
you
of the
so
day.
much once again.
Thank you once again. So now it's time for our break. We will see, as we said earlier, 3 videos from IFAD's general meeting, and we will come back.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2020 has been a challenging year, but it is also a turning point for our food and health systems. In just 6 months, a pandemic has turned the world upside down, exposing an ever greater need to change the way we approach our environment, our food and health systems, our diets, and our lifestyles. As you meet to discuss your strategy for the next 5 years, I'm delighted to have the opportunity to say a few words on our strategy for Farm to Fork, what it means for Europe, what it means for our experts working in dietetics and nutritional health. The Farm to Fork strategy is a key part of the European Green Deal, an ambitious agenda to support healthy and sustainable growth across Europe. It recognizes the intrinsic links between the environment, economy, and public health, and the importance of healthy diets and a healthy food system. Farm to Fork maps out a clear process to support the shift towards more sustainable food production and consumption, with targeted actions at each stage of the food chain. A key part of this is encouraging people to eat better. I am very concerned that only a minority of Europeans follow dietary recommendations. Many consume too many calories and eat too many products high in fat, sugars, or salt. Many don't eat enough healthy foods like whole grain cereals or fruit and vegetables. 1 in 5 deaths in Europe is related to unhealthy eating and drinking habits, and over half the population is overweight or obese, with huge consequences for society and the economy aggravated by the ongoing pandemic. We need to take action to reverse current trends. The Farm to Fork strategy and the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan contains a wide range of actions aimed at establishing healthier and more sustainable diets. Some will help consumers directly, such as better food information and clearer front-of-pack nutrition labeling. Some will benefit them indirectly, for example, initiatives to stimulate product reformulation. This will also include setting up nutrient profiles to restrict promotion of foods that are high in fat, sugars, and salt. Other actions are aimed at improving the food environment, steering consumers towards healthy and sustainable choices. We want to develop an EU Code of Conduct for responsible business and marketing practice, working with all relevant stakeholders. And the Commission will seek commitments from food companies and organizations to take concrete actions on health and sustainability. Farm to Fork is a unique opportunity to redefine our direction and strengthen our approach to food systems and dietary habits, both in Europe and across the world. But it is essential that we all work together and we commit to the process. Like IFAD, we want to lead, build and connect systems, leading the transition to a more sustainable food value chain, building a new approach to food production and consumption, and connecting the dots that link Farm to Fork to improve nutritional health and strengthen the food environment in Europe. I welcome your support in this process. Together, we can make the changes and ensure a healthier future for Europe's people. I wish you all the best for your conference. I look forward to reading your strategy in due course, and thank you.
The title for my brief salutation is quite meaningful, as I will aim at addressing the importance of networking in nutrition, which is now more relevant than ever. Unfortunately, there is no need to remind ourselves that we are living a very difficult and in many ways dramatic times since the global COVID-19 pandemic has broken earlier this year, with a huge negative impact on our lives and our work. We all had to face professional emergencies while COVID has attracted attention and substantial resources, making it difficult to continue to promote our fundamental issues and agendas. However, we are convinced that even during the COVID pandemic, and in fact because of COVID-19, nutrition matters and needs to matter more than ever. As we have discussed earlier this year, and during our recent virtual ESPEN Congress, we know that nutritional care of COVID-19 patients and the optimization of nutritional state for patients at risk of poor COVID outcomes, including persons with malnutrition and also, of course, with obesity, should be a high priority, but it is still unfortunately insufficiently addressed, and our actions and efforts are needed to increase awareness on this topic. And at the same time, we also know that the clinical nutrition community must continue to address the needs of tens of millions of patients that are malnourished, frail, obese, with a number of different chronic and acute diseases that cannot afford to be neglected and have a rightful claim to our best efforts to improve treatment options and their implementation. ESPEN is a multi-professional and multidisciplinary society with a mission to promote best scientific research, education, and implementation of clinical nutrition into best clinical practices, with the ultimate goal to improve patient care, outcomes, and quality of life. We strongly believe in networking and promote networking and collaboration within our society at all levels. And at the same time, we believe that networking with other organizations and societies makes us all stronger in reaching our common goals and in promoting our messages also outside of the nutrition community, where they may need a stronger voice to be heard. And this additional strength is indeed all the more necessary in these pandemic times. In this context, and in fact, even well before the breakout of COVID-19, cooperation with EFAD has seemed quite obvious and natural, and we are very happy that we were able to recently sign a strong memorandum of understanding to enhance more formal collaboration and promote additional initiatives. We are particularly pleased and thank EFAD for this opportunity for enhanced cooperation for many reasons. Indeed, we believe it will increase synergies and potential for interaction between the science, education, and implementation pillars, also given the fundamental role of dietitians in nutrition teams and dissemination of best clinical nutrition practice. Briefly, some very meaningful examples are provided by the preparation and dissemination of guidelines, where we will have a structured cooperation between ESPEN and EFAD, and by the important scientific and political collaboration in disseminating and implementing the recent consensus-based GLIB global criteria for consistent and uniform diagnosis of malnutrition in all clinical settings. Last, but for sure not least, we believe that together we can increase our collaborations with new partners, also outside of the clinical nutrition community, which we are convinced is crucial to make nutritional care available to all patients. We need to involve patients, of course, policymakers, and also other scientific and professional societies. To this regard, I am really very pleased to mention that at ESPEN, we have recently established fruitful and promising collaborations with organizations such as WHO, with its European Office for Non-Communicable Diseases, and of course the European Society for the Study of Obesity, also a key stakeholder in nutrition. And I am aware that these partnerships represent a common ground with IFAD, indeed their representatives participating in this same session. We hope we can continue to grow these networks and expand them together. So I conclude by confirming that I believe that nutrition and networking in nutrition are more important than ever in this extremely difficult time of pandemic. We need to continue and expand, sometimes adapt our actions and goals, and take also the potential new opportunities that these difficult times may provide. I wish you all the best for this meeting. I thank very much again IFAD for this invitation, and thank you all for your attention. I believe the title for my brief.
Hello, everyone. Marianna, we can't hear you. It's muted still. Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry.
No worries.
So I was saying that you had the chance to have a 10-minute break to hydrate, have some snack. We did also. And next on our schedule is Ante Mihaljević, an English business coach from Croatia. Yeah, here he is. Good morning, Ante. How are you?
Morning. I feel fine. What about you?
We are great.
We are
We're
great.
excited. Yeah, you look
Enjoying
great as well.
Yeah, you look great.
Thank you. Likewise.
So together with Ante, we will learn how to let our voice be heard in the business environment and what are the things we knew before we graduated. And happy for you, for those who haven't graduated yet. So we are one
Yes.
step beforehand for you. So Ante, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. I will be free and share my screen. I think people could have some use of that. So hello everybody and welcome to my presentation, Things I Wish I Knew Before I Graduated. Grammatically speaking, I could also say things I wish I had known before I graduated, but let's not get into those details now. So who am I and what is it that I do? I help people develop their business potential, business English potential, business communication in English potential. Now, usually when I talk to people, they complain that they're frustrated, they need to talk in English, or they're anxious because they can understand everything, but just getting to talk about it is not really easy for them. Some of them are really frustrated and irritated because in business, they're leaving a lot of money on the table because their English is not there yet. So this is what I help people get rid of, these frustrations, these fears, the lack of self-confidence. My clients come from really various industries. I think it will be easier to name one industry that wasn't my client so far rather than the otherwise. So today I will talk a lot about my mistakes that I would like you to avoid, or maybe it's really important for you to go through them, to learn the hard way. You decide for yourselves. All the stories you're about to hear are based on my courses and my experience. So for the last, 15 years, I've been listening to audiobook a day. Oh, sorry, a week, not a day. Not a day, definitely not a day. I don't have that much time. So a week. And what happens? Over the course of time, this knowledge accumulates. And I collect it and I use it in my courses, in my mastermind classes. So it really is quite fun and interactive for people. I'm also a president of BNI. I have been for the last 2 years and a member of BNI. So for those of you who don't know what BNI is, basically it's a networking organization. BNI stands for Business Networking International. Sorry about this. I need to find a way to shut down my tones. And it's actually my wife wishing me good luck. So imagine that. So Business Networking International is an organization that really focuses on helping people to find those useful contacts that they need in business environment. Now, today I will also mention networking, how important it is for you young people and stuff like that. But I just wanted to give you a brief introduction to what it is that I do and who I am. Also, I would like to riddle you. Now, I want you all to very, very carefully follow what I'm about to say. Think in English, exclusively in English. Don't think in your native language. So, think of any number from 1 to 10. Okay, you got the number? Right. Now, when you have this number, multiply it by 9. Some of you may have seen this one before. Still participate. So you have your ideal number, then you multiply by 9. Now you add those digits together. So probably you have a 2-digit number. From this, if you have a 2-digit number, add the numbers together. Okay? Minus 5. So subtract 5 from your final number. And math is done for you. So now you have some kind of number. Let's go to the alphabet. If your number is 1, your letter will be A. If it's 2, it's B, 3, C. If your number is 4 by any chance, your letter is D, and so on. Now that you have the numbers and the letters done, taken care of, focus on the letter, okay? Think of a European country that starts with this letter you're thinking of, okay? Now, visualize what this country, how do you spell this country, okay? Maybe you can even write it on a piece of paper, whatever. Okay, I want you to focus on the second letter of the name of this country, okay? It's something. Quickly, think of an animal whose name begins with that letter. Got it? So, you have a country, second letter of the country, animal that begins with this letter, and the typical color of this animal. So, if you have been following my instructions carefully, you should get to a country, to an animal, and to a color. But what's surprising about it is that in Denmark, you usually don't find gray elephants that often. Now, some of you might have gotten something else. But like I said, if you have been following my instructions, this is where you should have landed. The only point or purpose of this exercise is to get you thinking in English. Now that we have that, as I already announced, I will talk about mistakes. I will open and close with a story about birds. I want you to be like birds, you know, to fly, to be liberated and stuff like that. So the story I'm about to tell you is all about one huge mistake, but because of my mistakes, I am where I am today. Now, the story goes, and it's actually a funny name of a story, it's Moby Duck. So, in 1992, in January, there was a container ship that was traveling through Pacific Ocean, and for some reason, the container just fell into the sea or into the ocean, and all 28,800 or so ducks were washed away. So now you have 28,800 ducks in the ocean. So in terms of ecology, it's not really the best thing you could have. However, this mistake helped scientists, namely Curtis Ebbesmeyer was the guy who managed to trace ocean currents. Before this event, he had no way of tracking currents. So years and years after this tragic incident, the seas, the oceans would wash away rubber ducks in Arctic, in Alaska, wherever you can think of. So they managed to actually track where the oceans go. Like I said, the point of this is to help you understand that even if you make mistakes, they can really get you quite far. Another thing that I promised to talk about is Rosenthal effect. So, Rosenthal effect or Pygmalion effect is a psychological phenomenon where high expectations lead to improved performance in a given area. This effect is actually named Pygmalion effect. It's a Greek myth, a sculptor who fell in love with his statue, and it's also called Rosenthal effect by psychologist Robert Rosenthal. The basic idea behind Rosenthal effect is that if somebody has high expectations of somebody else, a member of a team or something like that, these people will intuitively sense the expectations and they will do whatever they can to rise to this expectation. So it's in a way self-fulfilling prophecy. In the same way you have Golem effect, which basically tells you that if you are quite negative about it, if you think that some member of your team will never be able to achieve some kind of goal, they won't. That's basically it. So to put it into practice, if you had, let's say you had a classroom, you're an elementary school teacher, and you have two kids, clones, twins, whatever. So they're identical background, everything. One is named, let's say, Jack, and another one is called Mark. So the principal or psychologist or somebody comes and tells you, listen up, here, the Jack, this boy's a genius. He's a genius. He's gonna go very far in his life. Mark, however, I highly doubt it. He has some learning difficulties. The teacher doesn't know that the kids are identical. In theory, by Rosenthal effect, after 4 or 8 years of education, Jack, the prodigy kid, will really go places. Mark, however, would be nobody, so to speak. This is the effect of setting expectations quite high. Now, if you don't have somebody to believe in you, if you don't have somebody to set the bar high, screw it. You set the bar for yourself. You need to believe in yourself. You need to be the one who will set the expectations high and to reach them as well. Now, to do that, you need to set goals. And probably, I really hope that some of you have heard of SMART goal setting. The one I will tell you about today is called Smarter goal setting. It has a bit of addition here. And you know that it happens every year. You begin with great goals in January, but by December you wonder what the hell happened. And you end up trying to figure out where you went wrong. So lack of motivation may not be the problem. You may just be taking the wrong approach to goal setting. So if your goals are too vague, if they're unrealistic, or if they don't offer any reward for accomplishment, all that January enthusiasm could disappear by Valentine's Day. So the SMART approach can help. Let's talk about smarter approach. SMART, as you may know, is for specific, measurable, attainable, reasonable, and timely. This is what the acronym stands for. E and R, the ending of this acronym, are for enjoyable and rewards. Now, let's look at the process. Your goals need to be specific. Now, specific to be motivational and achievable. For example, if your goal is lose weight, read books, that's not enough. So by stating a specific goal instead of a vague one, you have something to focus on and pour this concentrated effort into. So specific goal makes it easier to lay out a path for success. So if you know that your goal is to read 52 books in 2021, okay, you will be pretty focused on finding those books, reading the reviews, finding time, finding where and how to read them, and so on. M stands for measurable. Now, one of the biggest benefits of setting specific goals is that you can easily measure success. So read more books could mean anything, while read a book a week can easily be measured. So measurable goal makes it easier for you to see where you are in this process and motivate you to succeed. Another thing here that we need to mention is attainable. So for a goal to work, it has to actually be reasonable and achievable. And I'm going to try and peek into your industry, your sphere of profession right now. I'm going to talk about overweight people. Now, I'm not a dietitian, I'm not a nutritionist, but I think you'll be able to catch my drift here. If an overweight person decides to lose 30 kilos on January the 1st, they could be disappointed if in February they see, oh, I've lost only 3 kilos. Now, I don't know much about losing weight, but 3 kilos per month sounds okay to me. In 10, 12 months, you're going to get there. By setting expectations unreasonably high, they set themselves up for failure and disappointment. R in this acronym is for realistic. So some goals are simply not realistic with your current level of support, resources, time, money, whatever. So you're limited by your ability to produce a product or perform a service or meet the needs of your clients in future. So if you are, let's say that you are used to reading 2 books a year, really telling yourself 52 books in the next year could be an unreasonable goal. So think always about that as well. And then we have T. T is for timely. How long will you take to achieve the goal you have set? Now, if you don't set a deadline, it may seem like you reduce the pressure, but it also lowers this urgency level. So a goal with a timeline is easier to break down into weekly and monthly tasks. It's also easier to track and measure. So the timelines of your goal or timeline of your one goal has a direct impact. It really, if an overweight person is struggling to drop 30 kilos, if they really put it in some kind of time frame, they can do it. They just need the workaround. They need a framework for this. Now, the last 2 letters, enjoyable and reward, E and R. We, as human beings, naturally gravitate toward the things we enjoy doing. So you need to find a way to make working towards this goal fun for you. Understanding what makes you tick and what types of goals would resonate best will make it easier for you to buy into this process. Now, the reward, the final one. Okay, success is a reward in itself, but it doesn't have to be the only reward. If you can incentivize success by rewarding yourself when you meet your goals, you have a better chance of actually sticking to this goal. Now, since you have set clearly defined, reasonable and attainable goals with specific time limits, it will be easy to track and reward accomplishments. So this is about the goals. And we talked about the Rosenthal effect, how you should set the bar high for yourself and so on. Everything that I'm telling you so far is to condition you to think about your future self. So when I was back in college days or when I freshly graduated, I wasn't thinking about future self. I was only trying to get a job, any type of job. Really, at one point I became really desperate. If we have enough time, maybe somebody in the questions can ask me that question, and I'll gladly tell you the story of my first employment. It was a really crazy story. Now, when you get into this business environment, when you start working for an employer, but even before that, there are some things you should take care of. These dimensions of professional behavior. Now, one of the first one is courtesy and respect. Always be punctual. I can't emphasize this enough. It tells a lot about who you are if you're late. If you're sending an email, if you're speaking, do so clearly and in a language that other people can understand. If you make an error, if there is some kind of misunderstanding, it's normal, it happens, it's natural. Apologize and move on. Notify the other person promptly when you're running late. So if you know that you're going to be late, really today we have all the technology. Don't be that person who just shows like a diva 15 minutes later. If somebody gives you constructive criticism, accept it. When you are supposed to give feedback, provide it fairly and gently. And always, always, always focus on active listening. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth. We should use them in proportion. You will notice that majority of people listen to reply. Don't listen to reply. Listen to understand the position of the other person. You might learn really a lot. Also about appearance and appeal. In business setting, you should present yourself pleasantly with good hygiene and grooming. Men, boys, if you have like 5 facial hairs on your face, shave them. They don't really look that nice. You're not that masculine. Ladies, if you are going on a business meeting, dress to impress, but don't distract. So it's really, really important to be professional about it. Now, in one of my mastermind classes, I have a group of 12 people, 12 business people in one of them, and I gave them a question about annoying behavior of their employees, how they solved it, and so on. You wouldn't believe how many people mentioned smelly people. So personal hygiene is a huge problem in business setting, especially because there's nobody there to tell you about it. And then it falls onto the shoulders of HR or CEO or something like that. So be proactive in this regard, take a shower. It really is quite good for everybody involved in this process. And in terms of tolerance and tact, you have this experience throughout your everyday life, but in business environment, it's really essential to demonstrate self-control. People will really piss you off. That's gonna happen. Be fully aware of your behavior, of how you're feeling, and demonstrate self-control. Don't be a Facebook warrior. Don't stay away from public arguments, disagreements, especially in email and written documents. And if you have a personal opinion of somebody, keep it to yourself. Avoid snap judgments, especially when you're collaborating with other people. In terms of honesty and ethics, avoid even the smallest lies at all cost. If you've ordered a service or a product, pay for it promptly. If you got confidential information, keep it confidential. If you're working for a client, if you have your own company, don't badmouth competitors. Emphasize your company's benefits. Don't emphasize their flaws. You're just giving them attention, and you're not making yourself look that good. Now, in terms of reliability and responsibility, be that colleague that everybody can depend on. If you committed to do something, follow through. Keep the promise, keep the deadline. And always perform your work consistently and deliver effective results. That's really important. If you're giving a promise about quantity, quality of work, then make it realistic. That's extremely important. Now, the last one I would like to mention here is diligence. It's collegiality. Deliver only work you can be proud of. Strive for excellence at all times. If you have a customer, if you have a boss, some kind of employer, give them more than they expect. Be prepared before meetings, and be prepared when you're giving a presentation. Do what needs to be done. Don't be that person who leaves work for others to do. And always, always show willingness to share your knowledge, to share expertise. People will really appreciate that. If you give, you will gain. That's really strong principle, and the older I'm getting, the more I believe in it. If it's possible, volunteer. offer volunteering services to a worthy community, charity group, find something you're passionate about, and join. Also, network. This is a topic in itself, and I could talk for days about how important it is to network. Not only because you will be connected, you will have these people who you can count on, not only that, but you will learn so much from others. Now, I also promised to talk about golf balls. Some of you might have seen this video in the past. Basically, it's some kind of philosophy class, and a professor came with a huge jar, and it was empty. And he remained silent throughout the whole process. So he took golf balls, like a box of golf balls, and he poured them into the jar. So the jar got full of golf balls. And he asked the students, "Is the jar full?" They said, "Yeah." Then he picked up a box of small pebbles, small stones, poured them into the jar. So he shook it lightly, and you can imagine that the pebbles actually filled in the empty space. So the professor then asked, "Is the jar full?" They said, "Yeah, it is." Then he took a box of sand, fine sand. So he poured it into the jar. Once again, shook it a bit, and obviously the sand just filled in the gaps. Then he asked the students, "Is it full?" They said, "Yeah, sure it is." Then he took a bottle of beer, or 2 beers, and he poured both of the bottles into the jar. So the liquid just got into all those small crevices, small holes. And then he asked them, "Is it full now?" And they were like, "Yeah, it's full." So he said, "I want you to realize that this jar represents your life. The golf balls are the important things: family, children, health, friends, passions. So if you only put this in the jar, your life is full, right? Now, the pebbles are the other things that really matter, like your job, your house, your car, stuff like that. Sand is everything else, the small stuff. So if you put the sand first into the jar, you wouldn't have room for pebbles or golf balls. And it's the same thing in life. So if you spend all your time and energy on the small stuff, on the unimportant stuff, you will never have room for the things that are really important. So advice is to pay attention to the things that are critical to your happiness. Play with your kids. I mean, when you get them. Spend time with your parents. Take your partner out for a dinner. Go on a medical checkup. There will always be time, trust me, there will always be time to clean the house, to fix the vacuum cleaner. So take care of the golf balls first, the things that really matter. Now, one of the students was like, "Hey, I have a question. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Yeah, what's with the beer?" And he said, "I'm glad you asked. It just goes to show that no matter how full your life may seem, there is always room for a beer with a friend." So this was quite interesting video that you can find on YouTube. You can just write down golf balls, time management, or something like that. It's really quite motivating. Now, a few tips that I would say are as random as I can get them. I have some experience now, 15,000 hours of teaching people business English and working with people, and through the course of time, some stuff accumulated. And I would like you to go away today with a few important things. One of them, being enthusiastic is worth 25 IQ points. If you're enthusiastic about something, you will naturally radiate intelligence, goodwill, humor, everything will go through you. Also, be grateful. Whenever you're down because of any reason, maybe you're struggling with depression or whatever, of course you will seek the help of professional people, but whenever you're just down, practice gratitude. It will unlock all other virtues, and it's something you can always get better at. Once you get kids, read to them regularly. You will bond so much, and you will kickstart their imagination. Also, completely different topic. Pros, person who is very professional about something, they're just amateurs who know how to gracefully recover from their mistakes. As I said at the beginning, it's natural to make mistakes. Embrace it. Also, don't be the smartest person in the room. If you are the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. So try to hang out with and learn from people smarter than yourself. Even better, if you can, find smart people who will disagree with you. That's a golden one. Whatever your business might be, whatever company you might start or whatever, don't be the best, be the only. And if someone turns you down in a job seeking process, don't take it personally. Assume they are just like you, busy, occupied, distracted. Try again later. It's amazing how often a second try works. Trust me on this one. So if somebody rejects you for any reason, try again later. And now, some of you are still studying. Some of you haven't graduated yet. Tip, or not a tip, maybe a comment, observation that I might share with you. In this period, probably you don't have a lot of money, and that's completely normal. Nobody does in this phase. Try to live 6 months, maybe a full year, as poor as you can, owning as little as you possibly can. Eat beans and rice from a can, in a tiny room, in a tent, if necessary, just to experience what your worst lifestyle might be. That way, anytime you have to risk something in the future, you won't be afraid of the worst case scenario. You've already been there, so it's not that horrible. Also, the more you are interested in other people, the more interesting they find you. So to be interesting, be interested. Same goes with business communication when you're speaking to your future employer or colleague or something like that. And another one, and this one actually, this morning I had this situation. If you're looking for something in your house and you finally find where it is, when you're done with this thing, let's say it was, I don't know, screwdriver, don't put it back where you found it. Put it back where you first looked for it. Now this one has nothing to do with business communication, but it's one of those things I wish I had known before I graduated. And also, one that it's half a joke. Friends are better than money. So almost anything money can do, friends can do better. And in so many ways, a friend with a boat is better than owning a boat. So always invest in those high quality relationships. And before you are old, one morbid and gloomy one for you. Before you are old, attend as many funerals as you can bear. And listen carefully. Nobody will ever talk about the departed person's achievements, never. The only thing people will remember is what kind of person they were while they were achieving these results. So focus really on those long-lasting impressions. And one thing in job searching process that I would like you to be able to self-communicate to yourselves. If you desperately need a job, you're just another problem for your boss. If you can solve many of the problems that the boss has right now, you're hired. So to be hired, think like your boss. Just this job searching process, we could talk for hours about this topic. But the one thing I would like you to remember from this talk is think like your future boss. What could this person be looking for? And when you're going for a job interview, show them that you know what it is. A few days ago, I was talking to a client. He has a company of 250 employees, and we were talking about graphic designers. And this guy said that he doesn't need a graphic designer to come to a job interview and to give him some kind of portfolio. He says, I want him to be proactive. Why not have, if you're a graphic designer, obviously some of you are not, but if you are, create a catalog and bring it proactively to this guy and tell him, listen, this is what I did for your company. You can have it. I want to work here. It's completely different than just clicking on apply or submit or send CV or whatever. And one thing that I would like to close this random session with is you really don't want to be famous. Just read the biography of any famous person. You'll realize what I'm talking about. So be yourself, be unique, and give value to people around you. Now, the last one, before I go away. If you remember, I said I will open with the story about birds, and I will close with a story about birds. So this one goes. It's not my story. I took it from internet. High in the Himalayan mountains lived a wise old man. So every now and then he would come to the local village to entertain the villagers with his special knowledge and talents. Now, one of his skills was to physically or psychically tell the villagers the content in their pockets, boxes, mines. And so, I don't know, in a box you would hide an apple and he would tell you, it's an apple you have in a box. Now, a few young boys from the village decided to play a joke on the wise old man and discredit his special abilities. So one boy came up with the idea to capture a bird and hide it in his hands, right? And he knew, of course, that the wise old man would know the object in his hand was a bird, but the boy had a plan. Knowing that he would correctly guess or know the object in his hands was a bird, the boy then would follow up with a question, and he would say, "Oh, wise old man, is the bird dead or alive?" Now, if the wise man says it's alive, the boy will just choke it, crush the bird, and the old man will be a fraud. If the old man says, no, it's dead, then he will say, oh, look, it's alive. So no matter what the old man said, the boy would prove that he was a cheater. So the following week, the wise old man came to the village, and the boy quickly caught a bird, and he said, "Wise old man, what it is that I have in my hands?" And he said, "You have a bird, my son." He was right. The boy then followed up. He said, "But old man, tell me, is the bird alive or is it dead?" Now, the wise old man looked at the boy, thought for a moment, and he said, "The bird is as you choose it to be. Everything is in your hands." And it's the same thing with your life. So the power is in your hands. You have a lot of talents. You have a lot of good things going to happen for you. But as I said, what will you do with that? And with this one, I close.
Thank you, Ante, so much. This was amazing. Yeah, I was thinking all the time during presentation how grateful I am you actually are part of this and you agreed to be part of ENDietS on this Students' Day. Thank you so much. What really resonated with me when you said, if you give, you will gain. That's absolutely true. That's like actually the mission of ENDietS. We want to give as much as we can and share together.
So a part of your presentation that I kept really thinking of it is when you said about the funerals. I got so triggered, but it's so true.
Yeah.
What the other people will.
Yeah, and we have a few questions here. One of them, like, of course, because you mentioned that you want your work experience, right? So we would like to know about your first job.
Okay.
If it's possible.
Okay. Actually, two stories to share here. So in 2012, I graduated. And in Croatia, we had a huge recession. So it was really hard to get a job. And I got a summer job as some kind of bar manager. But it was a beach bar. And it was an amazing beach bar. And I was like supposed to manage stuff there, but not the real deal, but those secondary things. And since it's a beach bar, it wasn't connected to the sewers. Just wasn't. So they had this septic pit. And you would have to pump it out. It's a really ugly story. And when people asked me, what do you do? I said, and I was the person who organized when the truck would come and pump it. I said, I'm the shit coordinator. So this was one of the things that I did back then. And second story, and this is a real true story. In 2012, Christmas, I had sent 148 job applications. Not a single one reply. Okay, I made a huge mistake. I was just randomly just clicking yes, accept, send, apply without even changing my letter of application or CV or just, it was generic. So it was the most stupidest mistake I could have done. So what happens later is that in January 2013, I get a call. Could you come from my hometown to Zagreb? So this is like 500 kilometers for testing. Of course. I'm there. And he told me, okay, in this email, you will find a link to download this special software for translation. I was translating back then. And you need to learn how to work the software and everything. I was like, sure, I'm coming. And the software was quite simple. I've learned everything about it. So I come to the testing and they told me, sit and show us what you know. And I was like, okay. So this tool functions in the following way. On the left side of the screen, you have the original, the source language. And in the right side of the screen, you're supposed to write down the target, so the translation. So if you have, for example, yellow, in Croatian, you would write down žuto. If you have a house, it's kuća in Croatian, so you just write down kuća. So if you have a yellow house, you would have žuta kuća, and you just always accept. Then you have red, you translate it as crveno, and from that point on, if you have red house, the computer knows what to do with it. Really good piece of software. So the language that they gave me was like German. So it said something like gelb. And I remember, okay, gelb is yellow. I went to high school, I had German. Strange that they selected German, but okay. Second word was like Wissenschaft. What? Science? And enter. So ultimately, they said, okay, are you done? Yeah. And then they checked the translation. It's good, it's good. You know how to use the software. Bye, go home. We'll send you some files for the weekend, and then you can start translating. It was like, okay, maybe this was a file they had and everything. Monday, I receive an email, text in German, and I'm supposed to translate it to Croatian. Now, in case you didn't realize, I don't speak German. So I went back through my emails. So on this, apply, join, send, yes. The headline of the ad was like this big. German translator required. And I saw translator, I was like, yeah, that's me, yes.
Yeah.
So 1 full year, I've been working as a translator for German language. How? Google Translate is a wonderful thing. German-English combination is beautiful. So I would just translate from German to English. I knew a bit of German. It's not like I was an idiot. So I would then from English to Croatian, it was easy for me. And I would always double check with my friends who spoke German. Did I understand the sentence correctly? So that's how I got my first job.
Yeah, it's really interesting story. Actually, we have to be really careful what we are applying for and be more focused, right? Yeah, we have one more question. Thank you for sharing your story. It's really interesting, especially the first one.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so another question was about, do you have any tips about job interviews? Do you have any tips for us specifically for the job interviews?
Okay. As I said, it's a topic in itself, and you can find really great articles and stuff like that. What I would like to summarize with as a tip is if you're going on a job interview, don't make my mistake. So read about the company, read about the job description you're applying for. And now it's COVID and some of the job interviews will be online, but definitely come prepared. Research about the company, research about the future employer, try to see how you fit in, be proactive, and make them really understand why you're selling yourself. Of course, and it's okay to be modest. It's okay to be humble, but don't forget about it. You have equal business stature. They will give you money, not for free, but for the services you're able to provide and for the value you can bring. So if you're applying for a job, let's say it's in marketing industry or in some kind of clinic or whatever, research them, understand what it is that they do, see how you fit in, and modify. Tailor-made application is much, much better than just generic application. And also CVs. If it's really not required by the company, don't use Europass template. Really don't.
Yeah.
You have for free, and some of them are paid, like $5. You can have really nicely designed CV templates. People really react to this. Don't print it on 80-gram paper. It's cheap. Invest in 200-gram paper. I'm guessing like printing on 80-gram, one page would cost you like 10 euro cents. Printing on 200-gram will cost you 50 euro cents. So it gives a completely different feeling about it. And as I said, do research this topic because you can't get everything in 30-second summary. So prepare.
Yeah.
So I have a question. In case I have a job interview, what is the difference between me being a selfish and my ego is higher than expected than being, how to say, self-confident?
Very good. Okay, brilliant question. Thank you for this one. It's not black and white, and it's not really easy because it really depends on the situation, depends on the type of person you are to begin with. One thing that my clients who really employ a lot have been complaining about is that this generation of millennials is being very, very entitled. I would dare even to say some of them show arrogance in their behavior, cockiness. Look at me, I came here to work, give me the salary, give me the monies, I know everything. That's ego being overly inflated. However, as I said, don't do this. you're not a slave. You're a person with qualifications, with experience or without experience. You have knowledge, you have something to offer. So what would really boost your self-confidence? As I said, preparing. So if you know that this company is looking for a dietitian for some reason, and they're looking for a person who is qualified in method A, B, and C, are you? Yes, you are. You should be self-confident about it. Did you go to some kind of course? Do you have another certificate? Mention it, but mention it in the terms of how it brings value to the company, to the employer, what will change for them. Don't mention it as a, you know, check this out, look at this, my swag. Don't do that. So I would say the attitude, the way you position yourself around it, the direction in which this interaction is going is critical. So if you're telling them, I have the knowledge, I have the skills that will benefit you, that will give value to you, that will get you there where you want to go faster, that's being employer-centric or being focused on the needs of the other person. If you're like, look at what I got and you should give salary to me, not really going to go that well.
The wrong way. So one more question. Imagine that I got this job. It's a great position for first experience, but with a really low salary. Should I accept it?
It really is a tricky question and depends on your position. When I just started, so it's easiest for me to talk about my experience, but when I started in Croatia, we had this program of helping young people who freshly graduated to get some experience, but really the money I received was, I was a high school teacher back then, and the salary was like 220, 30 euros per month. Some of my students had more pocket money than I as a teacher. So it was quite, if you let it get into your head, it was humiliating. I felt really down at times. However, it did push me to go further and to find something new. Should you accept a low-paying job? If money is your criteria, if you're desperate for money and you don't have means to have a second job or part-time job or another source of income, I'm afraid you should, because you are not in position to really risk. But if you know that your position, your set of skills is, first of all, well communicated, and second, looked after or looked for by other employers, go there. So we would definitely here to debate whether you should or not accept a low-paying job. We would need to define what low-paying job means. My 2 cents on this is, you're not marrying these people. You're going there to offer your services. In due time, they could appreciate you and pay you more. You can always be proactive and ask for more. If they don't, you can always go somewhere else. But if you don't ask, they will never offer it to you. That's definite. So I don't know if this answers the question, but it is a complex issue.
Yeah, I think that we have to practice cards to ask for what we think we deserve. And if they don't give us back, probably it's a time for a change.
There are some new times now, and in the past, our parents were stuck with one employer for their whole life. And it was kind of scandalous to change companies. I mean, what happened? You were fired? We live in a different environment, completely different environment. And it's totally okay for you to switch companies. I'm not saying job hopping. So go, 3 months here, 6 months there, then you have an issue. And your future employer will ask, what the hell happened here? You couldn't land the job and keep the job for more than 3 months? What? But gaining experience, you become like a Swiss knife to your future employer. So you worked 2 years in this company, 3 years there, then you tried entrepreneurship, didn't really work out, you learned something from it. It's all the way how you present it. So if we go back to what I said at the beginning, it's not about you, it's about them, how you bring value to them. And if you communicate this effectively, then you're golden. You don't have a problem with low salary or asking for a higher salary. And I know how difficult it is to ask somebody, give me more money. It is. Especially if you have nothing to offer, then it's definitely difficult. But always look at it as a transaction. So if you want to buy a laptop, You can buy Acer, okay brand, but cheap, not high quality. You can buy, I don't know, MacBook, okay brand, quite okay, high quality. The price is different. It really depends. What is your employer looking for? Will they be okay with a typewriter, or do they need a space shuttle launching computer machine? You need to be the one to communicate your worth in this relationship.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. And what else I kept from your presentation in the very beginning is that it's really important to be punctual. And today and yesterday that we had our triad session, you were really punctual. So whatever you suggest, I think you're already doing it for yourself. So you're a great example of this.
Yeah,
I really
yeah,
try to practice
absolutely.
what I preach. In my whole career, so I told you 15,000 hours of teaching, not 5, not 50, 15,000 hours. I was never late in my life. Never, ever, for a
Great
single
for you.
class. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
principle I really, but then again, if you're late on my class, you're gonna have a problem. So I'm really about it, not because I think my time is more valuable than yours, but I think that it's not a good habit to waste your time. Think of it. 2 years ago, you bought something, it broke down, you threw it away. Big deal. Money comes, money goes, but time is a very expensive resource and a very limited resource. So you need to be really respectful of other people's time. That's my
Absolutely
perspective.
agree with that. Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Ante. Once again, you can see in chat, people are really happy and excited, and I think they learned a lot, and they're really
I
grateful.
can't see the chat. That's the problem.
You
would
can't.
really
It's
like
like a lot of thank you, Ante. It was really interesting. You inspired everyone. Yes.
Listen, I'm on LinkedIn. It's really not hard to find me. Okay, my surname is a bit tricky to pronounce, but not tricky to write. So you can connect on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Instagram, whatever. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll be more than glad to do it.
Thank you, Ante,
Yeah.
once again.
Thank you so much.
Take care, people.
Bye.
Thank you for having me. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. So I think it was a great presentation from Ante. I think we got a lot of things. I was checking when he was mentioning something, am I doing this? Am I doing this? Luckily, I got many ticks, so I think...
Yeah, it was really inspiring. Yeah, I really think that he has a great influence, and I think we all gained a lot of knowledge and information, and actually applicable advices and tips we can use, and especially in these times when everyone is a little bit messed up with all of this situation and searching for jobs and everything. So I can really feel the pain.
Yes. So his name is all over our social media. So if you want, you can check him by his name. So next on the line is our final speaker for today, main speaker, and is Jaume Giménez from Spain, who will learn us how to communicate effectively with our patients. Hello.
Hello.
We cannot hear you. Probably you are mute.
We can hear you now, yeah.
Hello, good evening. How are you?
Good.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. So Jaume is from Spain and he will have a little help from his translator. I think whenever you're ready, we can start sharing your screen and begin your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I really appreciate the invitation of EFAD. Okay.
We experienced some technical difficulties, but I think for our first time, it's going pretty well. I don't know what you guys think.
It's here, perfect.
Yeah.
Can you see my screen fine?
Yes.
Can you hear me fine? Okay.
Yes, great.
Okay, perfect. Okay, first of all, let me show you some figures about health. At the slide, you have a graphic of DALY. Daily is disability adjusted life years. This is a concept. This is the measure of global burden of disease, number of years lost due to illness, disability, or premature death. As you can see, the behavior aspects and behavior metabolic aspects indicated with the arrows, 2 arrows in the slide, in the blue color and violet color. It's case a very significant reduction in the quality of life and the years of life in the population. It's very important, the behavior for health of the people. Okay, the next slide. Given this situation that affects many countries, where there is less consumption of fruits and vegetables, less physical activity, less adherence to pharmacological treatments. This is the reality in this moment around the world. And I would like to ask you this question. Why health prevention is so difficult? Think about it. Why? Have you never asked yourself this question? It's an important question. Think about it. Well, it's so hard to prevent health because health is untouchable. It's an immaterial good. Good health is assumed for all. The normal situation is health. But when does it become touchable or material? When? Is frequently when we lose it. In that moment, it's become touchable. It's a critical moment. People with a negative diagnosis can perfectly remember this particular moment. Who told them, how they were dressed. It's a very critical moment with a negative diagnosis. When you become aware of health, is when it's really important, in this moment. The point is that in many cases it's too late to recover it. This is the problem, no? When the people lose the health, is a high problem. In many cases it's too late to recover it. And then was fall. There are no guilties. Look the slide. Look at these incredible figures. Read, please. 40 and 80% oral medical information is forgotten immediately. A very high percentage of information is immediately forgotten for patients. It's terrible. That's incredible. That's incredible. Do you agree? 40 and 80%. And the second point, say patients understand and retain 50% of the information given by the health professional. And the third point, patients don't understand or retain a very high amount of our information, and it's also incorrect. This information is, for me, is terrible. What do our patients understand? How will you explain to patients how to make a vegetable cream? Think about this. Think about it. How do you explain how to make a healthy dish? The information is very important. It's very important. Patients understand the information, the nutritional information. Many times we explain to do it to him as if I were talking with a colleague. But we forget that the person to whom we are explaining it doesn't know how to do it. This is the problem. The people doesn't know how to do it. The patients. This aspect, this information, is very important in nutrition students, those who still are not working. Since there are still no acquired biases, this is important reality. And you can learn to communicate much better with patients. It's important. No acquired biases in students is a good situation for this aspect. All this information that I am telling you is very important, because the lack of adherence to the nutritional plan or the failure to attend a follow-up visit is often because the patient has not understood or has not retained the information. The adherence is important for patients, and we can and must improve it. It's possible. As the patient, once you have finished your explanation, tell you what he has understood. For example, tell me, what do you have understood? This is an important question for clarify the nutritional information. How are you going to do it? This question for patients is important. You will be amazed and what the patient has understood. It's terrible hearing the patients. The information is the patients perceive the information different. That moment will be key to clarify what the patient has not understood. It's an important moment for clarify the information. We cannot allow our patients to leave our office, our consultation, without having a good understanding of what to do. It's important read this information for increase the good. Okay, the next slide. What are we doing? How are taking care of patients? As nutritionists, you are learning many things at the university. It's very important, the university, or have learned those who have completed your career. We use intervention models in many countries in Europe and the world. You can see in the slide several of them on the slide. In Austria, dietetic process; in Germany, German nutrition care process; Netherlands, dietetic methodical action; in Switzerland, nutrition therapy process; in France, dietetic care program; in UK, nutrition and dietetic care; or USA, nutrition care process. There are many similarities between them and also some difference. It's important, but these programs, do they are useful for everyone? Think about it. Think about it. Taking all these dates in this moment that I have shown at the beginning into consideration. They are not useful for a high percentage of the population. For a high percentage of the population, the traditional intervention is not effective for dates increase in diabetes, hypertension, overweight, obesity. It's important, this information. In my humble opinion, these programs, there is an excess of directivity in many of the intervention models, if not all. It's important excess of directivity. We tell the patients what to do, when to do it, how to do it, and we do it with the best of intentions, without a doubt. It's important. It's the best of intentions. But in many cases, it's not enough. It's not enough. The nutritionist more directive. Okay. The next slide. The World Health Organization already include it in the Global Action Plan for the Prevention and Control of Non-Communicable Disease, 2013 and 2020. New forms of intervention are needed both at the individual and groups level to reduce the high rates of non-communicable disease. For all that the population for which conventional intervention are not enough, we need new forms of intervention. It's not about change; it's about improving. The new approach is about improving. And you wonder, how can I do it? How can I innovate other approach, other models? Well, what does the scientific evidence say? In this slide, different research and publications have long support and consolidate the use of nutritional coaching as a useful method for nutritionists. This publication exposed techniques, tools, skills, which strengthen nutritional coaching as a new, valid, and effective method to achieve better results. We show you below some of the most important current articles, systematic review, randomized control trials, published in high-impact journals unrelated to this topic. The first, in 2019, the prestigious journal Nutrition published the review with the title, A New Clinical Perspective Treating Obesity with Nutritional Coaching versus Energy-Restricted Diets. In this paper, it concludes that the main recommendation is to consider switching from conventional weight control, for example, diet restriction, to behavior treatments such as nutritional coaching. A growing number of studies suggest that the strategies are effective for weight loss in both short-term and long-term maintenance. It's very important when the goal is weight loss. It's important increase the motivation for long-term. It's very, very important. Additionally, it has the potential to reduce healthcare costs and provide flexible intervention styles. The nutritional coaching is a flexible intervention. The nutritional coaching is a promising strategy and potential much more effective intervention than the prescription of calorie-restrictive diets as the only resource for weight control. Okay, the other paper, another review of the year 2019 with the title Nutritional Coaching and Motivation for Eating Behavior Change, concludes that nutritional coaching is a sample of how the way in which the professional and his patient relate must change in favor of an effective adherence to treatment and the maintenance of healthy habits over time. In 2016, in the Nutrición Hospitalaria Spanish journal, a systematic review was published by several members of the nutritional coaching team. I participate in this investigation with a title Nutritional Coaching for Weight Loss. This systematic review reached the final conclusion that the nutritional coaching is an effective strategy for weight loss. It has been proven that it's an effective method, but it's important to know that to be a good professional in this field, it's important. This aspect is you have to have good training in coaching and follow established protocol. In the last issue of May 2014, the Journal of Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics gave the title of its paper, "How can registered dietitian nutritionists use health coaching techniques?" In this publication, it states that health coaching is a strategy to promote healthy change in lifestyle. Not only weight loss, the nutritional coaching include healthy change in lifestyles. The evidence is clear for nutritional coaching. Okay, the nutritional coaching is an example of how the relation between health professional and his patient must change in favor of an effective adherence to treatment and the maintenance of healthy habits over time. It's picked up by the publication they have on the slide. In the slide, in it, we can observe the difference between the traditional approach to health and the one proposed by health coaching in relation to change in lifestyles. In the first column, you can see points, different points. The second column, characteristics of a traditional intervention, and the third column, the characteristics of health coaching and nutritional coaching intervention. It's it's important, this. It's not about criminalizing the traditional approach. The traditional approach is very important, which is very useful and works for many people. But for those people, the traditional approach to health is not effective. What do? We don't do anything. In this moment, now we have an alternative. The name is nutritional coaching. It's possible other approach, complementary of traditional intervention. It's very important, this information. Okay, the next slide. How do I put it into practice? This approach, no? When can I do to implement it in my consultation? Next, I detail the closest thing to a protocol. They are those strategies in nutritional coaching that scientific evidence and over more than 12 years of experience in nutritional coaching tell us are more effective. We practice this approach in a nutritional coaching company in Barcelona, in Spain. And in the slide, you can see the first column. The first column, the first point, set the goal. It's very important. Strategies in nutritional coaching. The first, set the goal. This is the key. It's very important. The first thing we must address with the patient is the objective, the goal. Also call it reason for consultation. When we have our document where we collect patient data, we call it the reason for consultation. Attention, students, attention. Let me ask you a question. How much physical space in the document do you assign to the reason for consultation? How much physical space? 1 line? 2 lines? How much physical space in the document do you assign to the patient's depositional habits? 1 line? 2 lines? Is one thing as important as the other? Both are important, it's clear. The positional habits is very important. The objective, the goal is much more so. The patient comes for consultation because he wants to achieve something. He makes an effort to come for a consultation. He pays what it costs. And he does it to get something. It's important. It's very, very important. The patient has to perceive that his objective is important to me. It's very important. That way, he will be much more involved. We must formulate the objective in a positive way, and it must be measurable. If you can measure it, you can improve it. It's necessary goal was measurable. It's very, very important. If you can measure it, you can improve it. For example, I want to lose weight. It's usually the goal of patients is this. I want to lose weight. Normally, we associate losing with negative things. The brain associates lose with negative things. Attention, students, attention. Remember, when you think you have lost your mobile, remember, how do you feel just thinking you can find the phone? Really bad, don't you? Really bad. Remember this situation. The brain associates losing with negative things. Semantics are very important for the brain to motivate itself. It's very important words, the semantic. Losing weight can be measured. It's possible measure losing weight. What is exactly losing weight? It will be more suitable, for example, reduce 3 kilograms in 1 month. It's formulated in a positive way. It's measurable. It's possible. It's real. It depends on the patient. It's very important. It's very important to spend time with the patient to define the goal. Remember this aspect. It's very important. Some questions that you can ask the patient in this phase can be, what would you like to talk about? What is the problem you want to solve? This is an example of questions. Second point, assess the willingness to change. Not all times are good to start a change in eating habits. Many patients have not become aware of their situations before starting a nutrition plan, a weight loss. As you can see, your responsibility is to make sure the patient does it. It's important the patient was motivated. Some questions you can ask your patients are you ready to start changing your diet and habits? Are you motivated and confident enough? Patients can be found in different stages in relation changing habits. We have to learn to know them and use the most appropriate strategies so that the patient can move towards action. For example, when the patients say, I can, I don't know, it's important nutritionists incorporate a new approach, new interventions, new questions. Third point, identify obstacles and seek solutions. The next steps is to identify the barriers and resources. It's important the resource of the patients. These barriers can be cognitive, emotional, planning, environmental. On the most of common barriers are family meals, Christmas meals in this month, weddings, birthday parties, celebrations. We live in a society where we celebrate everything around a table full of food. Fats, sugar is terrible foods. This is a major barrier for many patients who must control their body weight. It's important focus in resource. The next point, focusing on stretch. We usually focus on what the patient has done wrong, but it's much more effective to focus on what you are doing well. It's important focus in resource and focus on what you are doing well. It's very important for increase the motivation. There are highly organized people at work and chaos at food. This is the reality in this moment in a consultation. The next point, identifying beliefs and values. It's important to work on certain erroneous beliefs of patients. Limiting beliefs that take them away from the goal. It's important identify limiting beliefs and like the values. Identifying the patient's values is goal. The values is very, very goal. The limiting beliefs is possible only idea or reality. It's important ask the patient for this aspect. Values, the values are what really move the patient, what motivates him. It's very important, the values. What are your values? What are your values? For example, my values, family, friends, job, freedom, I don't know. It's important to identify values on the patients. If we are able to identify the patient's values, we can help him to connect with his intrinsic motivation, which is what will maintain motivation in the medium and long term. It's important values increase the motivation. The values connect with intrinsic motivation. This is important for when the treatment is long term. Next point, defining the action plan for reduce the confusion. Is important defining the action plan. It's very important that the patient leaves the consultation with an action plan as detailed as possible. Remember the other slide, the patients don't remember the information. With a clear goal, with a clear objective, and 3 or 4 actions to be carried out between one visit and the next. It's important. 3 or 4 actions only. The brain don't remember more actions. It's important, reduce 3 or 4. Okay, next point, self-monitoring. It's key for the patients to be motivated and to see his evolution. The self-monitoring, the evidence, the scientific evidence is clear in this aspect. In addition, the self-monitoring, it allows you to assess his progress when he comes back to consultation. Other example is markers of success. Is things the patients achieve between visits is key to motivating them. For example, markers of success is I buy 2 fruits and I eat 2 fruits every day in the morning. this is a marker of success. For example, in the action plan, sign this action. This is example of markers of success. Good. The next point, the last point, empower the patients. It refers to the point that patient is able to take control of his life, highlight his stretch and involve him in the process. It's important, empower. On the right side of the slide, you can see a key communication skills to use in the nutritional coaching consultation. 5 communication skills. The first, there are 5 and they can be learned. It's important, can be learned. The first, rapport, having the ability to connect with the patients. They are the first moments. Rapport is connect with patients. Students, attention, do you prepare the first visit with the patients? Will you prepare, students, will you prepare the first visit? It's very important, prepare this visit. This is key to get your patient trust on you. It's very important, trust. Very, very important for increased motivation, for adherence. It's very important, trust. Second point, second communication skill, empathy. It consists of understanding your patients. You can empathize with someone and disagree with them. It's possible. We differentiate empathy from sympathy. They are different things. Sympathy is hi, ha, ha. Empathy is listening, is focus. Empathy is useful toward the patient's resistance. When the patients show resistance, I don't know, impossible. It's important nutritionists incorporate empathy. Empathy reduce the resistance of the patients. It's very, very important, empathy when the results is not good. The next key is feedback. Feedback is paraphrasing, returning the same words to the patient in a way that helps him to specify better understand the message. Returning the same words. This is paraphrasing. The next ability, active listening, without judgment, to better understand. Listening is not the same as hearing. Listening is very important. Focus, it's key for the patient to trust us. Empathy, listening, rapport, feedback. Next, open questions. It's one of the most important skills in nutritional coaching. It's useful to get the patients to reflect, to move forward, to connect him with his purpose. Purpose increase the motivation. Knowing how to ask is really, really important. There are closed questions. Can be answered with monosyllables, and open questions. They cannot answer with a yes or no. The key is the most of the questions we ask our patients are open. All this goes through clearly increasing the patient's motivation. And how? And how? Think about it. Well, working of the importance of the objective. If the goal is not important to the patients, he will not be enough motivated. It's clear. If he's not confident enough to achieve it, he will not be motivated enough. Attention. Think about something that you want to achieve, a goal, but is not important to you, or you don't have much confidence in achieving it. Are you motivated? shortly, little or nothing is very important. Importance and confidence for increase the motivation. And how can I increase the motivation of my patients? And how? At the bottom in the slide you can see another study published in 2016 by the Journal of Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. What strategies do registered dietitian nutritionists use to assess some patients or clients' weight loss readiness? In highlight the importance of working on the motivation and self-efficacy of the person who is preparing to follow a process related to improving their diet. This paper proposed a tool. It's a numerical scale. You can see in the slide. Frequently used in nutritional coaching session. It's very useful and easy to use, since anyone, regardless of their cultural level, understand and can use it. It's done in consultation as many times as we consider. It's frequently used in nutritional coaching consultation. It consists, this tool, it consists of showing the scale and the patient's response to the following. On a scale of 0 to 10, how important is it to you in achieving your goal? What level of confidence do you have in achieving it? The higher the score, better than 7, the more motivation he will have to achieve it. In scores lower than 7, we must apply the strategies shown at the top of the slide to increase motivation, importance, and confidence. Read the slide for increased importance and increased confidence. Okay, now with all we've seen, you can start using little strategies. With little you do, you will see changes. It's important, a little, a little. Obviously, whoever wants to start a nutritional coaching service must be well trained. We have training with university endorsement in nutritional coaching. Those of you who are interested, send me an email, please. In nutritional coaching company, we have a nutritional coaching training accredited by university. It's important to have some clear questions of when it's useful to use the nutritional coaching approach. The first, it's not necessary to do nutritional coaching with all patients. It's not necessary for all patients. Patients who are already doing well, it's not necessary to change. But certainly, you will find patients who will be great with a new approach. This approach, it can be used in one-to-one consultation, both public and private. Be applied in visits of 15 minutes and in visits of 60 minutes. The scientific evidence is clear. We can work with groups. It's very, very effective. Combining nutritional education with nutritional coaching is very effective. Other companies where more and more need nutritionists to add value to their speech, teach good habits and motivate employees. A new world of work is opened. It's important with the possibility of offering new service to companies. It's important open the service, other service. Teaching, making the student much more participatory. Online service. The research is extensive and confirmed the applying the nutritional coaching via online is just as effective as in person. In this moment, and now in the COVID area, this is key. It's important. Include nutritional coaching in online service. It's an option. And other groups, we work with athletes in this moment, children and parents. And to conclude, I would like to ask you the following: for what reason do you do nutrition? Important. Think about it. For what reason do you do nutrition? Nutritionist is a wonderful training and a wonderful job. We help people to be happier. Let's value this. It's very important. Let's enjoy our work. The nutritionist is wonderful, wonderful training and job. It's clear. I leave you a phrase that I love about Erich Hofer. Read it, please. In times of change, those who are open to learning will own the future. Will those who think they know everything will be well equipped for a world that no longer exists. It's marvelous phrase. Marvelous. Thank you very much. In this moment, I'm waiting for your questions. Don't listen. Don't listen.
I am sorry, happened to me before. So
Okay.
I would like to thank you for your detailed presentation. And I would like also to ask you if your nutritional coaching company supports only Spanish people or probably English spoken people.
Okay. Yes. Here is Yolanda Fleta. She's working with me in nutritional coaching company and helping me with the translation.
Okay.
Okay.
Programas para no solamente para españoles, también tenemos para personas en inglés.
Vale, pues responde tú que sí tenemos programa en español, in English. Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
How are you?
Hello. We're good.
Well,
How are you?
Fine, thank you. Yes, in nutritional coaching, we have an English program. We have a certification in nutritional coaching in English. So people who are not Spanish people can learning as well. At the moment, we only have in Spanish and English language. And maybe in the future we have another languages, but at the moment we have these two languages. And people who want to study in English, it is possible in nutritional coaching.
Okay, great. Thank you for informing. We have a question from Ricard. Do you think that some aspects of nutritional coaching could be missed or non-applicable in online consultation due to the lack of in-presence interview, or it works as good as in-person interviews?
Pregunta si en una consulta online creemos que hay algo que se puede perder o que si realmente podemos captar todo o podemos realizar todo lo que podríamos realizar en una consulta presencial.
No, que la evidencia científica es clara en ese sentido y las intervenciones con coaching nutricional es el mismo resultado que presencial.
Thank you for the question. It's a really important question nowadays in the COVID area. And well, evidence is clear, and nutritional coaching doing online, it's really, we can do the same efficacy doing by online, but doing in person one-to-one. And you can you can get a good relation with your patient using online techniques as you can do in the consultation. So it's a good option to do it online.
Okay, thank you so much. We ran a bit out of time, so we would like to thank you both and Jaume for his great presentation and for being here with us today. And we hope you the best. As I said before, stay positive and test negative.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
See you.
Bye.
So now it's time for our 30-minute break, or we hope for most of you a yoga class. Grab your mats, wear your leggings, and let's get moving with our yoga instructor, who also happens to be an ENDietS member, Dorotea Vasiljević. Hello, Dorotea. We cannot
Do you hear me now?
Probably. Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Good morning.
Is the setup okay? Do you see everything here?
Yes, okay. Great. So we are starting.
Perfect.
Good luck.
Okay. I'll take over. I'll play the background easy music, and everyone who is joining us for the class, you can just settle down gently on your mats. And then we're ready to start. You don't have to fear anything. Okay. So welcome to your today's beginner-friendly total body yoga class. We are going to start our practice in a child's pose. And this you can do by sending the knees outside or bringing them close, however you prefer. I personally prefer to send the knees outside because it helps me go a little bit deeper to stretch my spine. Sending the arms in front of me, and just exhale as you lower your forehead down to the ground. This is where we start our practice. So just really relax your head and relax your whole body. Try to focus on your breathing, letting the spine stretch out gently. Feel free to close your eyes as you lay here and just listen to my voice. We will do a few deeper breaths here, just to center ourselves and ground ourselves here on the mat. Let's inhale through the nose and exhale through the nose. Keep your mouth closed. Sending the air through your throat, down to the chest, into your core. Let's inhale and exhale through the nose. Inhale and exhale. We'll stay here for another moment. And as you lay here, just listen to my voice. Before we start our practice today, we are going to set an intention for this class. So just choose a word or a feeling or a sentence, how you would like to be feeling by the end of this class. Maybe this is happy, motivated, inspired, or maybe just relaxed and being one with yourself. Whichever this may be, choose one word for yourself and let it guide you through our practice today. When you're ready, open up your eyes and slowly and gently lift up to all fours. When we are here, I want you to make sure that your palms are beneath your shoulders and that your knees are beneath your hips. This is the alignment you want to achieve. And let's do a few cat and cows to open up the chest. We inhale, look up, stretch through the spine, hold, and exhale, push the floor away from you, curve the spine, and look down towards your knees. Inhale, look up, stretch through the whole spine, and exhale, push the floor away from you, send the spine up. Inhale, look up, stretch it out, and exhale, curve the spine, look down towards the knees. Inhale, look up, and exhale, push the floor away from you, curving the spine. You can continue this moment static here, or add a little bit of movement front and back like this. And then adding cat and cow movement, same thing applies. I want you to inhale, look up, and exhale, curve the spine, move back. There is no really right or wrong here. Try to move with your spine, finding a movement that feels good throughout the whole spine. Working on your back muscles. Let's change direction. Keep breathing. Inhale when you look up and exhale as you look down. If you're doing static cat and cows, same thing applies. Let's exhale down to child's pose. Just stretch it out a tiny bit. Take a moment to breathe, releasing the forehead to the ground. And once again, we are lifting up back to all fours, making sure your alignment is right. Opening up through the wrists. We will inhale and send the shoulders over wrists and hold. Exhale down. Inhale, shoulders over wrists, stretch it out, hold, and exhale, release. Inhale, shoulders over wrists, exhale down. Inhale, exhale down, one more like this. Inhale, shoulders over wrists, and exhale down. Come back to all fours. We'll stay here, and this time I'm turning my fingers towards the knees. Make sure your alignment is right here as well. We're doing the same thing, but leaning in opposite direction. Inhale here, and exhale, stretch back. Make sure your palms are not leaving the mat. It doesn't matter how deep you go, as long as you feel the stretch here. Release. And let's exhale, back, hold. Inhale front, and exhale. Let's gently release it here. Roll with your wrists, just to let a little bit of the blood flow. And we'll start warming up through the body. So coming back to all fours, let's tuck the toes under. And we will inhale and just lift the knees off of the ground. Hold it here, firing up through the core wall. And let's exhale, touch the ground. Inhale, lift the knees. And exhale. Inhale, try to keep your back straight. And exhale. Inhale. And exhale, one more. Inhale. And exhale. Release to child's pose to release any tension created in the arms. Taking a deeper inhale and exhale. And then coming back to all fours. We'll stay here and open a little bit through the chest, doing gentle twists with our body. Let's inhale, lift the left arm up and try to look up towards the left palm. Be sure to open up your chest to the side and exhale. Inhale, right arm lifts up, same thing on the other side. Open up through the chest and exhale down. Inhale, left arm lifts up, open up your chest and exhale. Inhale, right arm lifts up and exhale. We'll stay here. I want you to inhale, lift the right arm up, and then send it through the left one, lower down to the right shoulder. Keep your hips high up, and then just stretch the left arm above the head. And let's hold it here to open up gently through the shoulder, doing a gentle twist with our spine as well. Whenever we do twists, you can imagine like you're holding a wet towel in your hands. And what happens when you squeeze out, the water goes out. The same thing happens when you do twists with your body. You try to let go of any worry or stress and pretty much use twists as your detoxification. Let's bring the left palm back to the forehead and bring yourself back up to all fours. Let's inhale, lift the left arm up and send it through the right arm, lower down to the left shoulder. Keep the hips high up. And if it feels good, you can also stretch the right arm and hold here as we gently open up the shoulders. Let's bring the right palm back to the forehead and lift up back to all fours. Here, make sure you find your right alignment. Once again, let's tuck the toes under, repeating that movement here. And hold it here. Try to keep that shape with the knees as you send the hips up and stretch through your upper part of the body. It doesn't matter how stretched out your legs are. If you can stretch them out, but otherwise keep them here and really focus on opening up through the back, sending the gaze towards your toes. Hold it here. Breathe into your throat. Let's take a look front and a big step forward. Bend the knees wherever you are. If this is not approachable for you, then just keep it here with a straight back. Otherwise, stay here with me. Let's bend the knees and let's just walk it out here. Stretching through the hamstrings. And if you're here, you can also walk like this. Just make sure your back is straight and you're breathing properly. Wherever you are, feel your hamstrings here. Let's keep still and inhale, half forward fold, straight back. Exhale, release, and then inhale through straight back, lift up, stretch it up. Exhale, release the arms. Let's inhale, arms up, Enter straight back, exhale down, forward fold. Inhale, half forward fold. Exhale, release. Bend the knees as much as you need to. Step back and meet me in plank. Feel free to go down on your knees or stay here. Elbows to the body, and let's exhale, chaturanga. Inhale, upward facing dog. Squeeze your glutes as you are here. Open up through the chest, shoulders away from ears. And let's exhale back down to child's pose. Stretch it up. Notice your body slowly waking up. Maybe you also feel a little bit of a faster heartbeat. Just embrace it wherever you are. And love your body for letting you move today. Let's inhale. Bring yourself back to all fours. Stretching the left leg behind. And then bring the knee in and send the foot outside the palms. Send the right leg a little bit down, and here make sure your knee is aligned with your ankle. Keep it here. And just try to bring the hips down to the ground. If it's too intense, you can always lift up here and just stay here. Let's hold. Let's inhale, lift the chest up, lift the arms up, and then bring the arms down to the waistline. Let's bring the foot inside in the center. And from here, we will stretch the left leg and bring the toes up, staying on our heel. Make sure your chest is opened up here. Inhale here and exhale, release down, straight back. You can hold it here. You should already feel the stretch in your hamstring area here like this. Or you can lower it down and feel a deep stretch. Wherever you are, really respect the boundaries of your body and let your body open up. Let's inhale, lift up, and then exhale, lower down, hold it here. Inhale up, and exhale. Inhale up, and exhale. Inhale up, and let's exhale, hold this one, hold it here, or bring the chest down and just stretch it out. Let's bend the knee back front, and from here bringing the legs back behind, finding your alignment. Once more here. Let's tuck the toes under and move one more time through sun salutation to warm up through the whole body. Let's inhale, lift the knees up, and then just send the hips up. Keep your knees bent if you need to. Stretch through the upper part of the body. And if you feel okay with a full downward facing dog, then join me here. Wherever you are, respect the boundaries and just breathe. Take a look front and let's do one big step forward, bending the knees. Exhale. Inhale, half forward fold, straight back. Exhale down wherever you are. And inhale, lift up and release. We'll stay here and do a little bit of a standing cat and cow, adding the arms. Inhale, open up the chest, squeeze your elbows behind. And exhale, curve the spine, send the arms front, look down. Inhale, open up. And exhale, curve the spine, look down. Inhale, open up. and exhale. 2 more, inhale, and exhale. 1 more, inhale, squeeze, and exhale, release the arms down. Let's inhale, arms up, and then exhale to straight back, lower down, back to forward fold, wherever you are. Inhale, half forward fold. Exhale down, bend your knees, and step back into your plank. Feel free to go down to the knees or stay in regular plank. Elbows to the body, and let's exhale down, chaturanga. Inhale, upward facing dog. Squeeze your glutes, chest open, shoulders away from ears. Take a moment to breathe. And let's exhale back down to child's pose. Rest the forehead on the mat. Take a moment to breathe. And let's bring ourselves back to all fours. Stretching the right leg out. And then bringing knee in and sending the foot outside the palms. Sending the hips slightly down. And if it's too intense for you here, you can always lift up and send the hips from here down. Wherever you are, just really focus on opening up to your hip flexors here. And then let's inhale, all together, lift up, bringing the palms to the waist, and then bringing the foot in the center. From here, I'm going to send the hips back, extend the right leg, bring the toes up and stay on the right heel. Inhale here, back straight, exhale, lower down. Inhale, lift up, and exhale down. Inhale up, and exhale down. 2 more, inhale up, and exhale down. Inhale up, exhale down, hold this one here, or bring your chest down to the knee and stretch it out. You should never pull your head down to the knee, but rather pull down through the chest. Let's bend it back and bring the foot back behind. Stay on all fours. We'll tuck the toes under. And one more time. Inhale, lift the knees up. And from here, send the hips up into your downward facing dog. Hold it here. Look front and take a step front into your forward fold. Inhale, half forward fold. Exhale down. And inhale, lift up. And release. Inhale, arms up. Exhale down all the way. And here, bend the knees, go on your toes, and just go down in a toe stand. And from here, sit down. Bring the knees together and just hug around the knees and bring the forehead down into your chest. Feel free to close your eyes. Maybe take a deeper inhale and exhale. And just imagine like you're giving yourself a hug here, a big hug of self-love. When you're ready, just lower down into a lying position, slowly and gently. And feel free to bring the knees to the chest and just do a few circles here to massage your spine, using the floor as your support in one side and then in another direction. Calming down your body. And let's bring the feet down. Send the arms to the sides. Open up the palms to the sky. Let's inhale and exhale. Let it all go. When you're ready, extend the legs down. And let's do one more deep inhale. Let's inhale and exhale. Let it go and gently close your eyes. Notice how your body feels. Try to relax through every part of your body here. Relaxing through your legs, through your hips. Relax your whole spine, your chest. Let the shoulders sink down to the ground. Relaxing your arms, your palms, and your fingers. Relaxing your neck muscles, your jawline, cheeks, forehead, and finally the top of your head. Let the whole body sink down and release. As you lie here, relax. I want you to go back to the beginnings of this class, where you chose one word for yourself. Is this how you feel right now? If the answer is yes, I want you to put a big smile on your face. And if you're not quite there yet, it still deserves a smile because you're one step closer. Let's do another inhale. And exhale, let it all go. Open up your eyes. Start moving your fingers and your toes. And then when you're ready, gently lift yourself up into a seated position of your choice. Take a moment to blood flow come back. And let's do another inhale. Exhale, release. Inhale. And then bring palms to the chest. Exhale, namaste. I hope everyone enjoyed this class today, that you feel a lot more relaxed, happy, and ready to continue with the program. If anyone has any questions. Namaste.
Amazing. I was like, 1 second I was with you there in Switzerland. It was so relaxing. I really hope other people take advantage and actually exercise with you and learn something and move a little bit because you were sitting. Thank you so much for your time. It was absolutely amazing.
I'm so glad.
Yeah, thank you once again and see you soon, like in a live stream again.
Yes, okay. Bye.
Bye. So guys, now we are getting closer to the end, and now we're gonna hear the story about us, right? So now it's time to meet people that work behind the scenes as well for this network, to get to know them and listen their stories as the key members of ENDietS. Some of them are newer. They become anchors really recently. Some of them are here from the beginnings, for many years already. So among us, there's students that are on bachelor's, master's, some of them are even on PhDs. And we couldn't be happier that all of us, they all find time and effort and love to enroll in ENDietS activities and to be part of us. So I will start then with sharing. Hello everyone, it's so nice to see you. I'm so happy.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, so then I will break the ice and I will start with sharing my experience with ENDietS. So for the last 2 years, I had, I would say, a privilege to be part of this amazing network. And I must be honest, there were a lot of challenges, and it required a lot of time and effort to establish and become what we are now. But I will tell you that we learn and grow the most from our failures. At least we think it's failures, but actually it's a great chance to question your approaches, to learn more about others, about your friends, and most importantly, it's opportunity to improve yourself as a leader, as a practitioner, and as a person. So I would dare to say that ENDietS really changed my world. I became a more understanding person, more creative. I also discovered a lot of parts of my personality that I didn't know I have these qualities. For example, a strong desire to lead and empower others. I learned how to listen actively and communicate more efficiently, and how to adapt on some unpredicted situation, which is really important as well. It made me more confident, more focused, and even more passionate about nutrition as a science. And beside all the professional growth, ENDietS gave me something really even more important, a beautiful friendship that it will last for a lifetime, I'm sure. And I'm truly grateful for that. And on the end, I would just like to close with that I wish you all to experience this level of love, joy, and pride at least once in lifetime. And I really hope after you hear all these stories from these beautiful girls, that you will decide to join us and help us to continue building this network that we are so proud of.
Stella, I think that we all be motivated after this sharing so far. So you broke the ice, I am the next, and the words could not possibly describe how I'm feeling about this team and the adventure of ENDietS from a personal perspective. I joined the network, as I said in the beginning, 2 years and 3 months ago, to be exact, and together with Stella, with you, we were asked to lead this European network. I still can remember how lost and immature we were feeling back then. Our first meetings were completely typical and unmotivated. We were strangers between us. And if you ask me, it is weird to be a part of a team, not knowing what the other people look like, what their real voices are. Day to day, month per month, we became who we are now. And I could not be prouder of this team. I would be lying by saying that this journey was easy. It requires dedication. It requires a lot of hours in front of a screen. It requires to make it in some hectic periods like this, having to organize a student's day. It requires to make it a full-time job, with the exception that you don't get paid. We are volunteers. We knew how to virtually connect, react, or have meetings before the COVID-19 pandemic. This was our life in the ENDietS. But the key point for the successful workflow of the ENDietS is that we all share the same passion and vision for both the science of nutrition and dietetics, and for uniting students, young professionals, practitioners, and researchers into one platform. The purpose of all this, to share our knowledge, our experiences, our cultures. Dietitians and nutritionists are not just the experts to help you lose or gain weight, and probably most of you already know that, and probably better than I do. They're clinical nutritionists that help in hospital. There are sports nutritionists like Stella or Eleni that help athletes boost their performance. They are lab researchers like Christina. They're food experts, public health dietitians. They're journalist dietitians. We shouldn't forget that food is a great unifier. The act of eating unites people, friends or families, and imagine that you can travel in another country, another time, another culture, but not leaving even your dinner table. I want to conclude now, and I would like to thank all of my amazing colleagues for these amazing 2 years. And I would also like to apologize to them for being sometimes strict or harsh with them in hectic periods like these. We are all so passionate about this network. Special thanks to my perfect colleague, co-worker, friend, Stella Mirić, who we are joint presidents of the ENDietS. I really hope that these ladies' stories will inspire you in the future to keep following ENDietS activities and probably apply for a position in the future when we have to recruit. That was my story, and it's time now to meet our executive committee, our amazing anchors, starting by Maud Mazzaniello, who is French but currently living in Montreal of Canada, and she's our education anchor. Hello, Maud.
Hi everyone. So I am Maud Mazzaniello-Chezol. I am a French registered dietitian and a PhD candidate in the Department of Family Medicine at McGill University in Canada, in Montreal. And I'm also an education anchor at ENDietS. So we're co-organizing webinars and other learning opportunities to sustain and develop our knowledge and obviously connect with each other. So, and we'll be launching soon the students webinar series, so stay tuned. I would say that it was really important for me to be part of our European network when I started to study in dietetics, as I believe we need a community of practice to grow, not only ourselves, but also the field of dietetics and nutrition, which is constantly evolving. So I learned a lot in this network from my peers here and also from the members. It also gave me the opportunity to share my experience. So I'm really grateful about this. And I would say that it never ceased to amaze me how our community is active and very responsive to all societal changes broadly. And we saw that lately with the situation. So all in all, I would say that this is a very, very dynamic and truly rewarding experience because of the diverse discussions that we have on clinical, social, professional aspects that are related to our field of practice. And I can definitely say that the experience shaped the way I envision the future in this field, which is interdisciplinary, collaborative, and rigorous. So I could talk all day about what ENDietS can bring you. But anyway, I hope you will be able to join and be part of this amazing network. And thanks for being here today. And I hope to see you soon. Take care. Bye.
Thank you so much, Maud. Thank you for your contribution these past years. Next on our counter is Christina Ariadne Valaguti, a girl from Greece who currently studies masters in Wageningen, and she's our education anchor. Hello, Christina.
Hi.
Hi. Hello, everyone. I hope you have been enjoying Students' Day. So I was raised in Greece and based in the Netherlands. What I have to say today is that as an education anchor, I stand for two things: continuous learning and learning from each other. And I believe there is no better way to find your own voice and define your own practice as a professional. You'll know you're doing it right because people will react to you the same way they react to ENDietS. They will be surprised at what you've become. It's been immensely satisfying to watch this network grow and us with it. Staying together through the learning process has offered motivation, inspiration, and confidence, which in my opinion are the foundations of achievement. And when you have such a big network, achievement is multiplied. So as a take-home message from me to you, thank you very much for joining us today and for adding your voice to ours. I would be remiss if I never told you that you inspire us and that none of this would exist without you. So thank you.
Thank you. So true. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you so much.
So next is SG, or if you can call her Melody, Collet. She's our promotional recruitment anchor. She's Turkish and she's doing her PhD in Poland, Poznan right now. Hello, Ezgi.
Hi.
Hello. As you say, I'm actually so excited. And at the beginning, I thought I couldn't do that because I'm really excited. But when I see everybody, all the team members, they were talking or they were just in front of me, I feel like I am somewhere like my family. So everybody is so familiar to me, and I know Marianna, I know Stella. We are just more than a team member. We are like a really family and friends. So I'm Melody, you can call me like that, and I'm promotion and recruitment anchor at ENDietS. In the promotion part, I'm responsible for preparing and implementing promotion strategies. Also, I'm creating awareness for our platform to make ENDietS well known in Europe. This is a little bit tricky one. And I really love this position because promotion is passion for me. And I believe that promotion is the key to reach people's heart by words. And in the recruitment part, I'm responsible for recruiting new members and lead them at the beginning of their ENDietS journey. When I get to know ENDietS, my way came across with ENDietS during my bachelor study time in 2015, very long time ago. But Merve introduced ENDietS to me. You will listen Merve today, who is National Key Contact Anchors, but back then she was National Key Contact of Turkey. I still remember how much I impressed to know this existence of international dietetic network. And my feeling hasn't changed since then. And still, I feel so much excited about ENDietS. We organize a lot of activities, including today's Students' Day, and I took apart some of them. I'm happy to be here. And ENDietS give me the opportunity to discover my abilities and improve my skills. Also show me that connection and the collaboration of the students can really make the difference. ENDietS touched my life very deeply and turned me into a better version of myself. And I believe that it doesn't matter who you are or wherever you work as a clinical dietitian or you work as a researcher dietitian or public health dietitian, teamwork is essential to be successful. And ENDietS, well, where is all the dietetic students can share their experience, but most importantly, inspiration. Today, we are stronger than ever, and we keep getting stronger and bigger. I would like to thank everybody, all my, everybody really, including who is watching audience now. I would like to thank everybody your contribution to ENDietS, and I hope we could touch your hearts and we can make a difference in your career life today. Hope to see you next year in Students' Day in Hungary and hopefully in Real. Thank you.
Thank you. What a great presentation.
Best promotion anchor.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Melody. Now it's our social media crew, SIP. First, we have Dorotea, your former yoga instructor. Now she will speak about her story in ENDietS.
Hi, everyone. As you already know, my name is Dorotea Vasiljević, and I come from Croatia, but right now I'm in Switzerland. How I encountered ENDietS, well, my story kind of started in university in Zagreb, in Croatia, and that's where I actually studied with Stella, and she became a part of ENDietS, and she was promoting it everywhere, like on every social media. She was so proud to be a member of this team, and I was like, that sounds fun, but I have no idea what this is. And I really tried like Googling and seeing what it is, and I kind of got a picture, but I still had a big question mark above my head. And I know that a lot of people from the outside world have this question mark. So then after I kind of let it go, and I did my own thing. As you know, I am a yoga instructor, and also over the course of years, I established myself as a brand, I would say. I mean, I do like influencer thing on the side, and this right now is actually my full-time job. I teach online yoga classes and work with brands and stuff like that. So even though I finished nutrition science and food safety management, I kind of, I believe that you can always combine two things or even more things and kind of intertwine everything together. And that's like the whole beauty of it. And then I saw that they opened up a place for social media anchor, and I really thought that this was like a perfect opportunity because I was always wondering, how do I mix and match something so different like social media and also like, science? And they gave me this opportunity, and I could, teach them in a way everything I know, but I also work with two of the incredible girls who are also social media to wish for. And I believe that we all make a great team, and it's been really fun. It's been dynamic. It's been sometimes overwhelming. I can tell you that for sure. But overall, I think it's been very fun, and it's really nice to meet all these people who just motivate you and, show you that everything is possible. So if you, believe that you don't want to be stuck in like one direction, if you feel like you have different interests, you have to know that it is possible. And it's possible to mix and match. And I believe that I am a proof of that. So yeah, that's my story. And I'm really happy to be here today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So now it's your co-workers on social media, Eva Dorit's turn. Eva is from Croatia, and currently she's an intern at UFIC, which is really interesting. Hello, Eva.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
I'm really happy to be here and welcome everybody who came here. So as Marianna and Stella mentioned, I am from Croatia studying and pursuing master's degree in nutrition, and currently I am an intern at UFIC, which actually I have to say just applying for ENDietS helped me to be more brave and courageous and apply for this position, which I eventually got. So I am a social media anchor together with Dorotea and another colleague, Lucia. That means that we are responsible for creating content on our 4 social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube. I applied for ENDietS this February when I saw that they were searching for social media anchors, and I was wondering, oh, can I do that? What is this about? And however, I have decided to apply for this because I knew and I heard about Stella, and she talked about ENDietS. She had really good words about this network of students. So I applied and went through the application process, which was also like you had to send a motivational letter, CV, and also have an interview. And that was kind of scary. And then I became a part of this incredible community of, I would say, the leaders who are trying to make a difference in this platform and in this place of students who are collaborating. And I have to tell you, one thing that I have learned is that it is not easy to collaborate virtually. It's not easy to know and feel all these people who I am working with. And it is a challenge, but it is at the same time also a beautiful thing. And one last thing I would like to say to everybody who is watching us right now is to take a chance and dare to go into something that you are not certain of, that you are not 100% an expert in, and learn about that, and you will succeed. And I'm very grateful for ENDietS to provide me with that.
Thank you.
Thank you so
That's
much.
a great tip. Great tip for all students out there. We would like to also thank our another social media anchor that created the social media anchor SIP, Lucia. Probably yes. She couldn't be here with us, but we're very grateful to have her on our team. Then we're going to our national key contacts anchors, starting with Emma Verstraelen. Hello, Emma.
Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
yes.
Perfect. Okay, so hi, I'm Emma. I recently graduated. I did a bachelor in nutrition and dietetics in Belgium. And during that degree, I did my internship in Sweden as like an Erasmus. Currently, I'm studying intercultural cooperation North-South, which has nothing to do with nutrition or diet at all. But in January, I will be starting an online master in food and meal science of the same university that I did my internship. I learned about the ENDietS community from a teacher of mine, who is also a part of the community, Koen, or as some of you might know him as Meneer van Herle. I've been part of ENDietS for about 2 years now, and I am the national key contact anchor together with Merve. So basically, we work with national key contacts who are students in their own country, and we try to build and promote our network in other countries. So there are like a couple of main reasons why I joined ENDietS. First of all, the most important one is the international relationships and friendships. You get to meet up with like-minded people, and it's so amazing. Yeah, to just listen to each other and to spread our knowledge and to increase our network. I think it's amazing how we do it. And another reason is that it's also the reason why I wanted to go on an international internship, is that I really think it's interesting how different countries and cultures apply different approaches to nutrition and dietetics. And I also think you can learn so much from each other. And also in the ENDietS community, you have it with our webinars. So you can just continuously keep improving, and that's what I really like. And then the last reason is to get pulled out of my comfort zone. I get to do things that I would never normally do on my own, like speaking in front of all of you. And I think it's really cool that now you get to do it. And that's why, for all those reasons, I think this position is suited for me. And it's just amazing. So I would say if you ever get the opportunity, just go for it. You won't regret it. It's absolutely amazing.
Thank you so much for this.
Thank you so much, Emma. And we wish you the best of luck on your new beginnings.
Yeah.
So next is our national key contact anchor, Merve Giménez from Turkey, who is a clinical dietitian working in a hospital and currently enrolling in her master's too. Hello, Merve.
Hi.
Hello from Istanbul, Turkey, to everyone. It is Merve. I've been active in ENDietS for 5 years and fascinated by how much this network growth. During this period, I work in many different positions, promoting ENDietS as a promotion anchor, organize student day in Granada as a conference anchor, and now manage national key contacts with Emma from all around the world and help them to ENDietS as a national key contact anchor. My journey started when I was in the first year of my bachelor, and now I'm a master's student studying nutrition and dietetics and also working as a clinical dietitian at a medical faculty hospital. The importance of ENDietS for me is the fact that I could stay in contact with professionals, students, share my ideas, like now inspired by others. Being a part of ENDietS helped me to find confidence and gave me motivation to strive for more challenge in my career. I am really thankful to everyone in this team. It was a tough year for everyone. We all faced with difficulties, right? Though we as a team supported each other. So it was an amazing year full of achievements for ENDietS. This Reaches Students Day also one of them. But this wouldn't have happened without your help, of course. There's so much more progress to be made, but I know we will overcome them with you. So last but not least, despite the digital format of this year's event, it was nice to meet and learn from new people who are as motivated as us. So hope to see many of you in our next Student Day in Hungary, face-to-face, of course.
Thank you so much, Merve.
Fingers crossed, Merve.
Yes.
Thank you so much. We have to mention that Merve is one of the oldest members, even she joined ENDietS at the very first years of it.
Yeah.
Yes. And she
But
still
not
enjoys
all.
this ride. No.
Yeah, just like by experience in ENDietS, yes. So ENDietS 6 years and she is there 5, so almost from the beginning. It's like, yeah, that's amazing.
So next is Eleni Kalyanioti from Greece. A special girl because we used to be co-students back in the days in Harkopy University in Greece. She now has finished her master's in sports nutrition in Liverpool, and I would like to welcome her in our company. Hello, Eleni.
Hi.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being with us here today. So, as Marianna said, I'm Eleni, and I'm the financial anchor of ENDietS. I am a dietitian, and I also hold a master's in sport nutrition. I joined ENDietS because I believe that by creating such a network and collaborating with each other, we can create many opportunities for the students. So many educational resources and material throughout these years have been available to students across Europe thanks to ENDietS. And I think it really fascinated me the way that we could interact with each other, and thus I decided to be part of. Personally, I haven't met most of the executive team members thanks to coronavirus situation, but it already feels like home because of our frequent meetings and chats. And honestly, I'm looking forward to meet you guys in person. So we are part of a great team, I think, where everyone can express their own views and opinions and get the appropriate respect. And that, I think, is what makes ENDietS special. Despite our different personalities, our different social, cultural background, we have one common mission, and I believe I have learned many things, and I have become definitely more proactive. All of us here work really hard and put so much effort in order to create so many opportunities for the students, to connect students and help them become more active, I would say, dietitians and nutritionists, and promote empowerment and why not personal development as well. So I would love to invite all of you to attend ENDietS events, and why not to share your own stories and experiences with us. Thank you all of you for being here today, and I really hope to see you soon.
Thank you so
I really
much.
hope that as well, to see you soon.
Thank you, Eleni.
Thank you so much, Eleni.
Next is our General Secretary, Iris Sousa, a girl from Portugal who just finished her master's, and she's also an old member in ENDietS. Hello, Iris.
Hi, Iris.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Yeah, I hope you are enjoying this morning, first of all, and thank you for everyone that joined us. So as was already said, I'm the Secretary General, and I currently live in the Netherlands. So in the beginning, I decided to join ENDietS because I thought it was so nice that I could contribute to unite nutrition and dietetic students around the world. And also I figured it would be just a great way to network and to get to know amazing people that I would never get to know in another way. So during this last year, I really saw ENDietS grow and become so dynamic and so young, such a young platform. So I'm very proud to be able to say I'm part of it. Of course, sometimes it is challenging, and it was challenging to have studies and work and still contribute to ENDietS. But this was the amazing part because everyone is so nice and everyone only expects you to do as much as you can. And if you need help, there is always someone there ready to help you out with something. So during my stay at ENDietS, I was responsible for the minutes and for organizing all these documents. I also really liked to organize the submissions for the cooking competition. I got to see so many different recipes from such different cultures than mine. And this was really nice and interesting. So thank you for everyone that participated. And so if you are considering to join ENDietS, please don't be afraid and do it. And also never be afraid to speak up and to share your thoughts, which is also sometimes a bit challenging for me, but you'll see that if you do this, everyone will be so open to your ideas and so kind that you will really feel empowered to keep doing it and to influence others. So yeah, I really think that the ENDietS is growing and giving the students an opportunity to unite and to do amazing things together. And yeah, thank you for being here today, and thank you for all the anchors. And yeah, that's it. Bye bye.
Thank you, Iris, so much. It was really lovely to hear everything.
Yes. So next is our conference anchors, and we will start with Virginia Kefala, a girl from Greece, studied bachelor's and finished her master's in diabetes. Hello, Virginia.
Hi.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, hi, I'm Virginia. I am a clinical dietitian and nutritionist, and I have just finished, well, this past summer, my master's in diabetes and obesity. And I am the conference anchor, one of the two conference anchors of the ENDietS for 2 years now. And the reason I joined the ENDietS was because I wanted to connect with other students from all over Europe and now from all over the world, more or less. And also be part of something bigger. And being a conference anchor, I can say I really got there. So I gained so much from all this participation. I I made my organizational skills better, and I also my communication skills better, and also I have met so many beautiful people from all over Europe, and especially when we met in person in Berlin last year, was the best experience so far. So we hope for next year's live student day.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. Okay. This year was difficult. We hope that we will overpass also these obstacles. So, yeah, what I want to say is don't hesitate to follow your dreams and be active and start doing things that maybe they are not so easy and they might take you out of your comfort zone, but that's the point. So yeah, through the ENDietS, I also gained a new family, let's say, because I really feel that we are a big family from all over Europe. And I really hope we meet again soon. So yeah, that's all for me.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Really
So much.
hope to.
Fingers
Thank
crossed that we
you.
meet in Hungary again. I share the same thoughts
Yes,
with
yes,
you. Like in Berlin, it was really great experience, and I'm so happy we managed to do that. Thank you so
yes.
much for sharing.
Thank you.
So last but not least, we have our conference anchor, Ante Mihaljević. She's Romanian. Hello, Kalla.
Hello.
Hey, hope you can hear me.
Yes, yes, great.
Okay, great, thanks. So thank you, Marianna, for introducing me. I have joined ENDietS in 2018, in the last part of the year, during my first year as a master's student in the Netherlands. As I was far away from home, the main reason that made me join this network was the urge to feel that I belong to a community. I was lucky that there was an opening as a conference anchor. And after being accepted, I was facing a very big challenge ahead of organizing the next ENDietS Students' Day, the edition of 2019 in Berlin. Luckily, I wasn't alone. I had the whole team with me, and together with Virginia, we managed to successfully deliver our edition of 2019. This year, we faced an even bigger challenge to doing things differently and looking at everything from a different perspective that we were used to. After 2 years of being part of the ENDietS family, I can honestly say that I've learned the actual meaning of team and teamwork, as our efforts and successes are always shared. Although this might sound a bit cheesy, it's incredibly true. And as already Ezgi and Virginia mentioned, it feels more than a team, it feels like a family. My advice to everyone that's listening to this is to try to focus not only on tasks and goals, but also to the things that feed your soul. Let yourself time to actually discover what that is and go for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kalla. So our education anchor, Rafaelia Theodore, couldn't be here with us today because she's flying back to her home country. but she recorded her experience. So before we go and see that, I would like to mention two really important people in this group, our supervisors, Koen van Herlep from Belgium and Ursula Lucas from Germany. They're our supervisors from IFAD, and without them, we wouldn't have guidance on what to do and how to do stuff. So they didn't want to take the stage from us today, so they're not here. But we're really thankful for being with us in the team and guide us through the whole journey.
Thank you so much for your time and effort you put and for the guidance and support we have from you. So we really appreciate it.
Hello everyone, I am Rafaelia and I hope that you are enjoying the student day organized by ENDietS team. I'm so happy to have the chance to talk to you even with this recorded video. ENDietS got into my life 4 or 5 years ago when I was doing my bachelor in nutrition science and dietetics. In the beginning, I was thinking that being an anchor of ENDietS will be fun and that it will give me the chance to meet students from all over Europe. But after a while, when I started taking responsibilities as a junior education anchor, I realized that ENDietS is something beyond that, is something more meaningful. ENDietS is a huge family where motivated and passionate people work together with the purpose to connect, inform, and empower dietetic students. As an education anchor, what really drives me is that the fact that I can see my work shapes the future dietetic professionals beyond the limits of my home country, but on an international level. As an education team, our aim is to primarily organize and host informative webinars that students can appreciate and attend for free. For that reason, we welcome professionals to share with us their knowledge and experience on dietetic practice, as well as we host researchers to inform us about the latest scientific advances. But more importantly, we provide students a platform where they can talk about the results of their thesis or about their internships. Over the years, I believe ENDietS helped me develop valuable skills that will certainly be useful for my professional career. For example, I feel more confident to speak up and share my ideas with people. I became a stronger team player and I have learned to prioritize my tasks and to manage my time properly. Beyond that, from ENDietS, I developed strong friendships and live moments I will never forget. I will always remember the student day during IFAD annual conference last year in Berlin. It was such a wonderful day. We had the chance to meet students from all over Europe, to collaborate together in workshops, to exchange ideas and to share experiences. It was great. That day also reminds me that teamwork, dedication and perseverance can turn an idea into something real. If you also have a passion about nutrition science and dietetic and you want to connect with people who share the same passion as you, then you are welcome to join ENDietS. Together, we are always stronger. Thank you.
Next year we will know that you have to unmute. It was really nice to hear from everyone. I'm so happy, almost cried. I mean, probably you saw my eyes were a little bit wet. It's really nice to hear the stories and the thoughts of everyone. I am so happy to be part of this.
Yeah, thank you everyone for being here with us today. Thank you for your contribution in this Students' Day, for your contribution in ENDietS generally, and as we said, happy Volunteers Day.
Yay! It's our day.
Bye everyone. See you virtually soon again.
Yeah, see you next week.
Technical difficulty again, so I have to say again what I was saying. So during the last 3 weeks, we ran a cooking competition and in which we received 18 amazing applications from 9 different countries. The main idea behind this competition was to explore the cultural background of the recipes, emphasizing the importance of social and cultural aspect of food and their strong connection with the tradition of a country. After careful consideration of our evaluation committee, we chose top 5 dishes, taking into consideration the following criteria. Are the ingredients and recipe clear and understandable? Do the photos show preparing and cooking process really well? If the meals are eaten in a special occasion, time or event? And is there interaction between food and culture? And last but not least, what is the quality of story behind this meal? So we chose the top 5 finalists. We published them on our Instagram account and we'll let you like, share, save, or comment your favorite ones. The voting closed yesterday at midnight, and we finally have our winner. The previous video saw all the nominations, the top 5 nominations, but we didn't see the winner. So we're ready to see the video again. And are you ready to see who won?
Yeah, let's see.
Yes.
Congratulations, Zeynep. You're muted again, darling. It's good. So we have our winner. We will contact you afterwards. And this was actually the end of our first Virtual Students Day. So before we close it, I would like to ask you to join us in any way you can, following social medias or registration for our newsletter so you get updated what's happening. Also, we will have next year, we will have open positions for some open call for some positions, and also it will be open call for national key contacts. So let me explain a little bit about this position so you know. That's actually not like you are a member of it, of course, but you are not an anchor, so you have a little bit less responsibility. But again, on the other hand, it's a lot of responsibility because you are representing EFAD and ENDietS in your country as ambassador. So this year we had a great recruitment, and we have now a lot of national key contacts, and many countries joined us. So keep in mind. And the key goal of national key contacts is actually you are the bridge between ENDietS, us as a platform, and your country, and you're delivering the news and we are giving the news. So you're like the really strong bridge between us, and you're a really important part of ENDietS as well, because you're helping us to empower, extend and show our influence to other students, to make us more visible as well. Thank you once again. I am so happy that this happened, that we managed to do all of this, and I will let Marianna to close the words.
What to say? I think it went pretty good for our first time. I would like to especially thank our company that supported us, in which I used to work for, and my former boss, Alexander Sarapetsikas, and his company, Giménez 360. I think it went really good. Thanks to all of you. I think 400 people, 400 to 500 people joined us. Thank you, all of you. So I would like to ask you follow us on our social media and subscribe in our mailing list, in which you will get our monthly newsletter, so you are informed for our webinars, our recruitments, and our ENDietS activities. I don't want to spend more of your time. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your help and support.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
See you next year, hopefully.
In person.
Yes.